All right, hello everybody. Welcome to another stream over here. It is Saturday night. It is an odd night for us, as usual. We are playing Blade Runner tonight. For those of you who were with us last week, those of you on YouTube who are watching this after the fact on our last episode, I suppose you could say, we got a couple of really big pieces of information within just our first handful of shifts here. So we are still on day one. It is the fourth shift of day one. And during this shift, we are essentially we find ourselves split two groups. So Connor unfortunately could not make it back. So Willem will be taking an exit from the case. And very likely, I think we're going to get this all done tonight. You probably won't see him come back, unfortunately. That said, though, we do have Maya coming back as Fenna. We do have Fox Rage 02 as Percival. And we've got my good friend Robert here as Olsen Bacher. So welcome all three of you.
Got beat up an old lady.
Yeah, exactly. He will do it. So we are currently split. The two groups are, we've got Olsen and Percival in a bookstore at Hawker's Circle. And we have Fenna in an apartment at the give me a second. I need to pull my notes.
Venderton Gardens.
Venderton Gardens. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, I have my notes. I swear I have my notes. Awesome. So, where we left off last time was some tenseness in the shop where Percival was finding a trapdoor. And Robert, remind me, I believe you had snuck over to be with him and descend down this ladder into the whatever lies underneath.
Yeah, I pushed a stealth check in the store to hide from the old couple while they shoo away Willem. And the setup was Percival had tried to leave the bookshelf door open as they started entering in there with the older couple, and I was gonna sneak in behind them.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe that was the setup there.
I believe
Correct,
that was the scene. Yeah. So let's go ahead and toggle over. So I'll remove Willem's token from the map here real quick. And I'll toggle all of you watching over to see what is going on. Let me get that here. All right, and then there are our friends with their beautiful smiling faces. And of course, we're using the Cyberpunk logo simply because that is our main show. If you don't normally watch us on Monday nights, we do run a game called Neon Inferno. This week is going to be a little weird because, well, one of our players who is kind of central to some of what's going on there is out of the country, and she will be back in a week. So Monday, we will be running some ELO shenanigans, which are going to be very fun. I'm really looking forward to it. But that's not why you're all here tonight. Damn, every motherfucker going out of the country. Yeah, exactly. So with that, let me... Wait, that was the wrong one. Here we go. There we go. That's the one I wanted to disappear. Awesome. So, as we can see, we have our Blade Runners here, Fenna here, and Bacher and Percival up here. So, Bacher and Percival, you have both, as we just discussed, managed to find your way to this trapdoor in front of one of these old book sections talking about endangered species in North America. And as you both find your way down into the tunnel below, the lights of the shop above you begin to fade away, and in their place, you see around you the flickering of some very old sodium bulbs are kind of what you're getting, just judging off of the orangish yellow light that they are casting. And you can just see these strung up along one wall of what appears to be a more or less excavated tunnel. You can see some areas of this that have been kind of haphazardly reinforced by concrete, but it seems to lead off in a single direction away from this kind of trapdoor entrance that you've just both climbed down. So what would we like to do upon entering the tunnel here?
Gesture for I Percival would gesture for big strong lady to take the point.
Well, I came into the trapdoor behind you and the old couple, trying to not be seen by them because I'm not a replicant and there's replicant stuff going on down here.
Yeah. So the one thing is, and this is, Bakker, maybe to your incredibly, you feel incredibly lucky, right? Because as you are thinking they're about to come around the corner, and you're kind of standing at the top of that trapdoor ladder, wondering if you're about to get caught, you could hear above the sound of the older woman saying, "Sir, we need to close. You need to leave." Addressing, of course, Willem, who has not found his way to the trapdoor with you. So capitalizing on said opportunity, you find yourself plunging down into the tunnel below, along the ladder, pretty much as quickly as you can do so quietly. And you, with Percival, find yourself at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yep. So
now I gesture for her to take the lead.
Yeah.
And it's at this point that I think Percival watches me unholster my revolver from my hip holster, well, from my leg holster, and yeah, we start very slowly walking down.
As you unholster your Percival's gonna whisper to you like, anyone who we might sneak up on is gonna think we're allowed to be here because I technically am, so having your gun out might give us away.
You're
That's
right.
big talks.
Yeah, force of habit.
Yeah. It's that military training you can't shake.
Yeah, so I put it away. I cover it up the best I can with my long black duster. And I also take my Blade Runner badge and I try to hide it as best as I can in like whatever sports bra or whatever Oelson is wearing that day. Just, nope, it's not here.
Yeah. So with the desire to move quietly, I'll let the two of you determine who wants to make this roll, because your stealth is equally bad, to put it simply.
Yeah.
You've both got a D in stealth and a B in agility. So whomever wants to make the roll can make it. We only need one of you to roll.
Since I'm taking point, I'll go ahead and roll it.
Sure.
I was gonna say technically we don't need to roll stealth because whoever may be down here is probably going to. Oh well, never mind. You did it. Congrats.
Yeah.
I'll shut my mouth.
It's all good. Yeah, no. So so you go into that low ready stance that you always are, trained to, essentially. and find your way down the path in front of you silently. And so the two of you navigate the tunnels a short while here, only maybe a few minutes, before you begin to hear the sounds of... at first, you don't hear any voices. You hear the sound of fans, like industrial fans. And a short distance further down the hall, you begin to hear, under the sound of the fans, the sound of voices. And you can see just ahead of you where the tunnel has been, it's been slightly curving as you follow it. And as you kind of begin to round out that curve, you see ahead of you where the wall of the tunnel has breached open into a wider passageway. And that is apparently where these sounds are all kind of coming from.
Huh. I wonder if they have a permit for this place.
Well, seeing as 1, we're behind a trapdoor, 2, we're underground, and 3, there's industrial fans being used for ventilation, I'm going to assume it's a big F no in exactly 3 syllables. Well, if we're investigating, let's meander on in. And it's Olsen tries to put on her best, sheepish behavior kind of face to walk in and look like she's brand new and scared to all of this, even though she has a very stern face look naturally.
Yeah, right. Yeah. She might have been described in some circles as having a resting bitch face, and while that may or may not be because she just is persistently disappointed in all the humans she interacts with, the fact is it's there. So, with that said, so you guys are pushing through into the wider passage ahead of you?
Yes.
Okay. So as you enter this wider passage from the dirt tunnels that you just left behind you, you come out into what appears to be the sewers under the city. You can see the flowing water, gray and black water in front of you, passing through canals under your feet, under grates. And those large fans you could see at the end of this hall to what would have been your left as you exited the made tunnel. The voices are coming from off to your right, and they do sound fairly close.
All right, well, no time like the present.
Just to make sure I'm not going crazy, you hear those voices too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can replicants go crazy?
That's at least what society thinks.
Hmm.
I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my time off-world. I think I made a couple friends and I lost a few as they tried to save me, so I'm pretty sure if you can go crazy, replicants can also be compassionate.
All right. And so are you both then heading toward the voices at this point, or what are you doing?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
presumed that we were lowly making that conversation while we were walking towards the voices.
The voices, they compel me. They compel me to do things.
Yeah. And so you both come to the basically you come around the corner here, and a short distance down you see another kind of, this one looks more manufactured than the one that you exited, but you see a similarly kind of open hole in the wall that is large enough to be like a door frame. And inside, you can hear the sound of those voices talking, and hear one of them mention, "Yeah, just got the signal. We've got one, I think, coming down. So just get ready for their arrival, and welcome them."
I would turn to my buddy here and be like, okay, because I know I'm hoping you heard that too. It sounds like they're only expecting one of us, so maybe only one of us should round the corner.
And I think it should be you, because I'm not a good talker.
And you're not a replicant. Not to be racist, but
No, I get it.
Yeah, okay. Come on, Percival. You got this. He kind of rubs his hands together and then comes in the corner and was like, I hear you've been expecting me.
And inside, as you enter, Percival, you see a man who is pretty much completely masked up. You can barely make out any of their features. And then a shorter, more feminine figure who is similarly masked up. And she's the one who looks at you as you walk through the door, and just said, "Oh, we were just talking about you. Our friends who you talked to upstairs, they sent a signal that someone was coming. Welcome, brother."
Yes, thank you. Hello, sister. Sorry, I'm not good with social clues.
No, we'll catch you up to speed really quick. This is, welcome to the underground resistance. At the moment, we're fairly small in number. Unfortunately, one of our brothers got taken by those pigs, the Blade Runners.
I wonder who did that.
What was this brother of ours' name, if I may know? I may have met him before.
His name was Sam. Was a good kid. Real kind.
Sorry to hear that. Can't say I met him. Think he worked at the bar with... Oh, shit. Fuck, hold on. I'm opening my notes. I thought I could pull her name off of memory, but then I forgot.
So at this point, I'm assuming Wilson can still hear the conversation.
Oh yeah, because I figure you're posted pretty much right outside the door,
in a shady corner, just in case the old people come down and this conversation, hearing Percival forget the name. Mm-hmm. Internal message of Lily. Her name was Lily.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I got my notes now. With Lily, the one who actually pointed me to the direction of the movement.
And they say, yes, we heard about her as well. I don't know why she decided to take her own life like that, but it truly was tragic. She's done so much for the movement, you see, especially in recent weeks.
Well, you didn't hear this from me, but what I've heard through the grapevine is it may have not been a suicide, it may have been a murder.
And this, even though you can't really see her face, her facial features, I should say, you kind of get the sense pretty quickly that this girl, oh my goodness, Shanley, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. If you haven't
Hi,
been
Brian.
Here, if you haven't been here before, my name is Emmerron. Hello, welcome. We are playing Blade Runner tonight, finishing up our story from last week. So welcome everybody. With that said, you recognize this shorter female, or at least feminine shaped Nexus 8, you're presuming, is kind of taken aback by that comment. And she says, well, I mean, that would be alarming. Because if she was killed, then it could change. And she looks back at the other figure in the room. She says, "Elle, we need to move forward the timeline. They might be onto us."
Ooh, huh?
It's brother. Will you see? You've caught us at a rather interesting time. I mean, I'm glad Lily sent you to us. Truly, before she passed, we need all the hands we can get right now. You see, we have an opportunity to, to get out of the city.
Oh.
And, we have a lot to do and very little time, especially if what you're saying is true, to do it in. So, we're going to probably need your help as quickly as we can get it. So, Elle here will probably direct you on what needs to be done. And, I need to... Damn. I'm going to need to go running. And Elle waves you over, Percival. Wilson, you hear the sound of this other Nexus coming out of the doorway rather quickly. Not quite running, but definitely walking pretty quickly. So I'm gonna need you to make me one more stealth check here to kind of blend into the recesses of the sewer walls down here.
Okay.
Okay.
Wrong button there. There, that button.
Let's see it. Uh-oh. Do you want to push it?
Push it real good.
Would you like to push
No.
it?
Instead, the way this fails is Wilson, like, she grabs she feels the badge in her shirt and just goes, I think she thinks to herself, I think it's about time I made something right. And she actually presents herself and goes, I can probably help.
And this girl, as she's kind of started walking out, so you just round the corner almost like in front of her, right? As you're saying this?
Yeah, like, and like hands up, like, not here to hurt you.
Yet.
And so you hear just a like as she's startled by you walking around the corner. And she says, there was only supposed to be one of you. And she looks back at you, Percival. She says, who is this?
I don't know. Don't look at me. I've never met this woman before in my life.
And then she turns back to face you. Says, you better start talking right now.
My name is Wilson Backer. I served time in the Offworld Wars with several handfuls of your replicant brethren. And I feel terrible for how humans have treated your kind. And it's about time that I decide to try and pay back the favor.
So, how are you here right now, though? We weren't told you were coming. How did you find us?
I heard about Lily, and I was doing some digging, and that's when I saw Percival walk into the building, and I just followed him. I was quiet about it.
Roll me manipulation.
Also, I'm gonna have Percival chime in like, how do you know my name?
Okay. Give me 2 seconds here.
Quick, someone count to 2 in the chat. I can't sass him too much as a player.
All right. So this girl doesn't look entirely convinced by what you're telling her. But she says, okay, well, you are here to help. Improve it. Inside, help your new friend and Elle do what has to be done. And with that, she says, Elle, keep an eye on this one. I don't trust her. And she continues running off down the tunnels. And so Elle looks over at the both of you and says, well, new friend and his little tail. It's good to see you both doing so well in this lovely city of ours. So here's the deal. We've got some friends of ours going to be meeting up. Something went sideways earlier, though. One of them was supposed to hand off some valuable cargo to us, some things we need before we can really get done what needs done. And last we heard, he had been shot at by a Blade Runner. And right now, they've got eyes on the ship that we really need unloaded. So you two are going to go down there and convince them to give us our shit.
Oh, okay. And at this point, I'm gonna have Percival make like a face of like an aha moment, and oh boy, here comes the big braining for Percival. Wait a minute, I do know you. You work in the same office building as me, don't you? Like gesturing to Olsen.
And yeah. Go ahead.
I'm usually just a mail pusher. I finally got to do some investigation training and everything else, and I saw that Blade Runner come into the police headquarters, and he was in bad shape.
And Al looks up at you suspiciously and says, wait, who do you work for exactly?
And Percival's gonna chime in. It's like, oh, I'm an accountant at the police headquarters, and he's a paper pusher, so we get to see firsthand how awful our kind, like he gestures to himself, are treated. And that's how I heard about God damn it, memory. Hold on, I already have the thing fucking opened. I have the wrong thing open. 1 sec.
That's how we both heard about Lily.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna write it in all caps on this document.
Yeah. And so Al looks you both over. Let me see which one of you is the lowest manipulation.
Probably me.
DB. No, it's Bacher. So Wilson, I want you to roll manipulation against this guy. I'm gonna use the same stat block here.
Here we go.
Indeed.
Here we go.
Ooh, that's a failure. All right. Well, you rolled a hard failure. You can attempt to push the roll because he didn't roll
Yep, I am pushing it.
Oh no! All right.
Boo womp.
Yeah, so he reaches to his side and draws out a gun. Not at all dissimilar from the ones that you both have. And I am going to make sure that this is noted here. So he pulls this gun up and points it at the both of you and says, well, you work with the cops. Let's see them badges. Gotta make sure, you're not really a problem.
We don't want to be a problem, but if you keep pointing that gun at us, we're going to be a problem. Look, we want to help. We don't want to cause any trouble. Why don't we keep our private lives private? Because if let's say we start asking you about our private life, your private life, and then we got interrogated because our connections were found out with you, then we'd give it up, and vice versa if you get interrogated. If we were cops, why wouldn't we have just came in here, bust down the door after we got in, guns blazing like most cops and Blade Runners do, without a second thought to replicants?
And he says, I'm not changing what I need. I need badges now.
Then I glance towards Olsen and to give him I'll follow your lead. I don't say that, but I give him that look of your move, Olsen.
That's her.
Yeah, how close is L to me?
So L is a short distance away from you. So within probably about 10 meters of you at most.
Okay, so that's enough time for him to pull the trigger twice. Okay.
Oh, easily. Yes.
You could walk over to him like you're gonna hand the badge to him and then attack him.
It's gonna be I keep my hands up and I start walking, and it's a kind of a strafing motion, just to in a counterclockwise, in a clockwise motion to walk away from Percival and close the distance to Al. It's so look, we just want to find out who did this to Lily. That's all we want. We don't want to do anything to you guys. We don't want to do anything to anyone else you're involved with. We just want to bring justice to Lily.
Okay. Give me 2 seconds here.
Yeah, well, Lilyboo was a bitch anyways. Proceeds to shoot us.
Because I'm just pulling up something in the book here because I need to see something.
Because I noticed on that push roll, I took 2 resolve damage instead of 2 damage to my health.
Because it was mental. There's the strength and agility rolls. If you were to push those and fail like that, they deal you health damage. If you roll intelligence or empathy checks, then those are resolve damage that you take.
Got it.
And resolve is like your will to continue kind of doing things in the face of adversity. So it's that grit your teeth kind of stat, if you think of it that way. Mm-hmm. And he says, I don't give a fuck what you want. You're runners, which I'm beginning to get a real fucking bad feeling that you found us here because you're fucking Blade Runners. then this is your last fucking chance to leave. Forget about us.
How about no, hold on. How about if you tell us everything you can give us about Lily, we will leave and forget everything we saw without question. Never hear from us again, never see us again. We just need to do this because we can't, because it will bring a bad name to our people if it looks like the replicant. Remind me of the lore. 9 or 8 is the newest one.
9's the newest one.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's what she was, correct? Just to make sure I'm not fucking up.
No. So she was an 8.
Okay, so
and the 8s are rogue, and like Blade Runners are under obligation to apprehend, or if not possible, retire any Nexus 8 they find.
Okay. But anyways, I'm still gonna use that vantage point. It would bring a bad name to all replicants if replicants were, like, you know, committing suicide left and right when we already have a bad name.
And he looks at you and says, "You're right. If replicants kept falling left and right, that'd be a real fucking shame." Okay. And then he points the gun at you, Bacher, and pulls the trigger.
Oh. God damn.
That wasn't part of the deal. This deal keeps getting worse all the time.
I have altered the deal. I do not alter it further.
Right.
I'm glad you got it.
So we are going to go ahead and roll this. The good news is, Bacher, you are safe as he completely misses the shots.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
With him pulling the trigger and firing it and missing, it's an instinctive close the distance and try to grapple the gun away in a hand-to-hand.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Yeah, so you rush L, reaching for the gun. So I want you to go ahead and let me just check the rules on that. But I do believe that we are looking at
Be contested hand to hand, wouldn't it be?
most likely. I believe grapple is hand to hand. So let me just check it. Yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll me a grapple check there. No successes. No successes. Would you like to push?
Yeah, I am.
Ooh,
Okay.
No. So you try to grab, and in the scuffle, L takes the butt of the gun and smacks you across the face with it. I do want both of you to go ahead. We are going to roll into initiative here. So bear with me 2 seconds here. I am gonna set you guys up in combat mode, and I'm gonna roll the replicant into initiative here.
Yikes!
All right, and finally Percival.
All right,
I already rolled it.
Oh, you did? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, I see.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah, all right. I thought it was. Oh my. Okay. So roll me one more d10, just a straight d10.
Okay, so let's see. How do I go?
Type in the chat /roll space 1d10.
Or just
Yeah.
d10. You can even leave
Oh,
the
that
one
thing?
off of it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it assumes at least one dice. Okay, cool. So that first roll was the replicant, even though it's got your name attached to it. So
Yeah.
the replicant will... Let me update this combatant. We are going to add a 0.1 update. There we go. So with that...
Fight.
We now go into combat here. So the replicant after smacking you across the face, continues to try to shoot you, Bakker. So this is another miss, thankfully. So at this point, what would you like to do? Because you are next in the initiative.
I'm gonna try and grapple him again.
Okay, contest it. Let's see it. All right, 1 success versus 1 success. So this would, you could attempt to push this and see if you can get more successes. But currently it is going to be just a tie again.
Okay. So it's not letting me push the D10, but it's letting me push the D12.
Because the D10 is probably the one you rolled success on.
Oh, the D12 shows I rolled a 9, so I think it automatically selected the D10 for me to reroll. I think that's what it's translating to.
Oh, got you. Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. So yeah, the scuffle continues and you are unable to win any ground. He keeps managing to kind of slip through your grip as you try to grapple it away from him. Percival, you see this all unfolding in front of you. Gunshots have pounded into the wall of this room. What are you doing?
Okay, it's gonna sound maybe a little silly, but could I take my gun and pretend to shoot at Olsen? Like purposely try to miss, but like just shoot in her general direction. Like make it look like I'm trying to shoot her, but I'm purposely like missing.
Let's see a firearms check from you. If you succeed, I will allow it. But if you roll any unicorns on this, Olsen's going to get hit by your shot.
Okay. Before I do this, Olsen's player, do you consent to me risking shooting you?
Roll, let's go. I ain't shy.
All right, cool. I dig it. And before he does this, Percival's gonna sigh, like, well, he's gonna sigh and be like, "I'm sorry, Olsen, but I need that information." And then I roll firearms, correct?
Yes. So this is gonna just be straight firearms.
Sounds good.
Oh. There it is.
Ooh, there it is. So you can try to cancel that out by pushing the roll.
Okay. If I roll another unicorn, like it won't be like I deal double damage to him. It won't make. I can't make it any worse.
You can't make it. You can't make it any worse. Only make it better. Yep. There it is. So you are going to take the resolve damage as you attempt. You keep in the middle of the scuffle. You're trying to land that aim, line it up just right so that you only hit what you mean to hit. And then when you pull the trigger, you see Olsen reel back as the shot hits her. So Olsen, the PKK blaster that you guys all have, deals 2 damage. So you will be taking 2 damage as that hits you. So now we come back. So the replicant says, at least one of you is really here now to finish you off. And he takes another shot at you, Olsen. And this time fails.
I like how he's just confident. Time to finish you off, but I've missed 3 times in a row. Shit.
This is in the middle of a scuffle. So it is kind of like, this is a firefight at this point. So
it's just really funny to me.
Yeah, Olsen, we're over to you.
So in this case, Olsen is now going to be triggered by multiple gunshots, failed attempts at non-lethal. He is going to take a step back, crouch, and shoot this guy straight in the knee.
Okay. Very, very cool.
I used to be a replicant like you.
Until I blasted out your leg. So careful aim is taking an action. So if you intend to have a specific effect, let me just make sure here that I handle this rule correctly. Bear with me just a minute. So we're looking at range combat. All right, so suffering damage. So recovery, downtime. Let's see. Where?
Sorry, guys, that got us into trouble.
Yeah, it's okay.
No worries. I mean, you're the one who deals with the trouble, so I hope you can deal with it.
Not at this rate.
Critical hit. You might want to achieve called shots. Okay, there we go. This must be declared before you roll dice. If your attack roll succeeds, you inflict no damage, but instead achieve the desired result. You pin down your enemy. They take 1 point of stress for every success you roll. Target drops a weapon or other handheld object. You choose which. Falls to the ground or is pushed back, example, through the door. Okay, so yes, you can take a shot at the leg. Are you just intending to just knock him down? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, it's hit him in the knee, so that way he's deterred by pain in the leg if a replicant can feel pain. Which then at that point I can then handle him in a non-lethal manner for us to get information.
Gotcha. Yeah, go ahead and roll me the attack. Ooh! Oh my. Well, that's a lot of dice.
That is a damage dealer.
That is indeed a damage dealer.
I am a soldier.
Yeah, so your gun deals 2 points of damage per hit. So, because you're still shooting him in the body, we are still going to have him take damage. However, because that equates to 6 damage, because it deals 1 instance of damage for every success you roll. So that'll knock him down to 1 health. And with that, you basically just see a massive hole appear in his thigh. And your training has taught you that based on the blood he's beginning to lose down that leg, you didn't hit the femoral artery, but you did take a chunk out of that leg. And this guy goes down screaming in pain, howling, his cries just echoing off the concrete as he collapses onto his back, grabbing at his leg, gun dropped off to the side. And so from here, Percival, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Can anyone take okay, if I remember right, I might be talking out of my ass, but you talked about a thing where you could spend a turn basically aiming a shot to get advantage on your next turn?
Yes, it adds an advantage for the shot. Yep.
And I do that but do it to try and narrowly miss Olsen again. Like, spend time to aim, so on my next turn when I take the shot, I can be better at not shooting at Olsen.
Yes, yeah, we can do that. So yeah, you're going to take
Okay.
aim as your action during the turn?
Yep. Perfect.
All right, so the replicant, being that they have been pinned down here, they are going to attempt to scramble to their leg, their one good leg, and push themselves up off the ground. Let me just take a quick look here. Oh, excuse me. No, he can't stand upright because he would have broken his leg here. So he begins to crawl toward the door as his leg is bleeding pretty profusely. And that is going to be his entire turn here. Olsen, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going to scurry, pick up his gun, put it in my belt loop, put it in my waistband, and I go and close the door, and I Like, I find whatever locking mechanism I can find to just keep it shut, and then I try to break it so it can't be opened.
All right, so that's a lot for one turn.
Well, so initially it's the go and pick up the gun and go and close the door.
I will take that. Yeah. So as far as barring it or breaking a bar, then yeah, we're gonna let you shut it. And at this point, we come back to you, Percival. What would you like to do?
Is putting my gun away in action?
No, we'll say it's not.
Okay, so I'm let out a sigh, put my gun away, and go. Sorry about shooting you, Olsen. I was just trying to not get shot myself by blending in with the terrorists.
First of all, replicants aren't terrorists. They're misunderstood people. We're just trying to get justice for one of them that decided to be pushed off the seawall.
I mean, that's fair, but we don't know what they're planning, so they could be planning a terrorist attack.
I know.
So,
And
they
that
are
bullet was
Schrodinger's terrorist. And they're not terrorists because they're replicants.
And that bullet was well deserved for the crap that I didn't do anything about. But Elle, and she turns around and looks at him like,
and he kind of like sitting there just defeated because he knows he's not getting out of here, at least not live. Says, "Fuck, I knew you pigs were fucking Blade Runners. Fuck do you want?"
I am, at least. Percival is just a helpless accountant that was looking for a way out.
So you're gonna retire both of us then? That it?
Percival is an N9. He'll go to jail. He'll serve time.
And what are you gonna do with little old me then?
I'd like to talk to you first to figure out how we can help get justice for Lily first.
And he looks at you and he starts laughing. And he says, "You really, that stupid, stubborn, airheaded bitch! Justice for her, really? No." S is gonna do to me if I don't get killed by you here first. He's gonna do to me exactly what he did to that fucking bitch. He's gonna shove me into some landfill and I'll never crawl out of it again. And then he's gonna find you and you, and he looks up at you, Percival. You, I don't think you're a pencil pusher for the fucking cops. If this bitch was tailing you, no, it's too fucking convenient. He's gonna kill you all.
Okay.
Percival's gonna come over and pull out his badge and go, "Yeah, you're right. I'm also an edge runner, and if you give us information, I will attempt to perform first aid on your leg so you don't bleed to death. But if you would rather die now, I'm sure we can accommodate for that too."
And Olsen still has her gun in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I'm being honest here, Elle. Whatever you guys were going on trying to get replicants out of the city is virtuous and probably the best thing for them. So that way they don't have to deal with assholes like me and my kind. But at this point, if S is more terrifying than what the government is going to do to you, then after you give us as much information as you possibly know about Lily, or S as you apparently call him, I'll take care of you myself.
And he just still looking up at you, just laughing hysterically. He says, take care of me, little old me. I'm so special. You hear that, Mom? I'm special. And with that, he actually reaches into his jacket pocket and grabs at something.
An instinctive, just bang.
Roll me that shot.
And this is like to try and hit him in the jacket where he's grabbing from, which
Okay.
I know is probably going to end up killing him. But
Yeah, go ahead, roll it. Oh yeah. So you take one well-placed shot straight to his chest, and he goes down like a sack of bricks, wordless, and is quiet.
God fucking damn it. Sorry,
First of
Percival.
all,
That was L, right?
That was Al.
Why are you apologizing to me?
Because you're probably better with words than I am, and you probably could have actually talked to him if I didn't let my guilt get a hold of me while I was outside.
Nothing we can do about it now. And now I get to examine a corpse. And Percival leans down and tries to pull the thing out of the dude's pocket to see what he was reaching for. I really hope it's not like a dead man switch bomb. That'd be really inconvenient for me.
So, fortunately, as he was grabbing for it, Bakker hit him. So he never actually grabbed what he was grabbing for. But as you, reach into the pocket and pull out the item that he was reaching for, you find, bear with me just a brief moment.
Also, I want to quickly add that Percival dons like plastic gloves because, don't want to put fingerprints on it.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I'm just looking to see where the equipment list is here again.
It's C9.
Well then, end of campaign. You're on your own, Fenna.
Be like, everybody died, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah,
It's a pocket-sized vacuum bomb.
yeah. Maya just be like, wow, everyone's dead in this one.
Damn. I can't save them no matter what game I play.
Sad.
Truly unfortunate. Let's see. I need to find, because what you find in his pocket is very quickly, there it is. Very quickly, as you reach in and grab it gingerly, you find a small anti-personnel grenade.
Oh. Percival pulls it out pinching, very delicately, and shows it to Olsen. He's like, do you want it? I don't.
Being as it's military or whatever, it just makes sense for me to have it, right?
Yeah, and I'll conveniently leave this out of the report because after that incursion, I feel a little safer if someone with your experience had something like that, just in case.
I'm not exactly happy about it because this was a very solid lead for us finding out about stuff for Lily. So while you examine him, I'm gonna look around to see if there's anything
Sure.
about
That's a good
S,
idea.
about Lily.
Go ahead and roll me an observation roll.
Observation.
Also, does this guy have a phone?
He does not.
Well, GM, can I roll observation to pad this guy's corpse down?
You may, yes.
Luckily, I'm good at that. I'm really good at that.
You were really good at that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Fuck
so
you.
you rifle through this guy's pockets, and obviously you found the grenade. On top of that, you find a small slip of paper along with what you know is a sat crystal print of an Esper photo, which think they're like little photos that have 5 seconds worth of motion that can be stored on them, which you can activate by just pushing down on the surface of the photo. The photo is of it's of Lily. You recognize the face from the file.
I watched the photo.
Yep. And it's of Lily, and you see her smiling happily as some illuminated neon cherry blossoms float past her face.
He used to be pretty. Then he's gonna put the photo away. Do I find anything else?
So like I said, you find a slip of paper along with that photo.
Oh, okay. I thought the slip of paper was the photo. My bad.
No. So you find two things. You find both the photo and you find this slip of paper within the within the pockets of this guy's jacket. Obviously, you also find the gun just that short distance away from the body, which is a PKD FKM 890, which is a sonic gun.
Gotta go fast.
Well, I mean, I picked that up when I went to go close the door.
Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. So yeah, Bakker, you got the PKD FKM 890, which you now recognize as probably evidence.
Can I look at the piece of paper to see like if there's anything written on it at all?
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. So opening it up, it is a fairly interesting read. So reading through it, you come to the understanding essentially of L was the one who pushed Lily over the edge. The letter reads as follows. L, I need someone I can trust with this. Lily's become less stable in recent days. She keeps talking about a sister that you and I both know is never coming back for her. And with all of our planning in recent weeks and all of our preparation, she is quickly becoming a liability to our plans to get off world. I need you to do something about this. End the problem. When you're done, meet me at... And the message gives you an address that is within the warehouse district of Sector 12.
Well, Bakker, it doesn't seem that this went completely to waste, because got us a lead, and we found who... This guy is the one. He's L, right?
This is L.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I remembered as I asked. And we found the guy who's responsible for Lily's murder. So you already got revenge for her, he says, kind of like getting up and patting him on... Not him, her, sorry. On the back before saying, what shall we report this location? Well, I was going to ask you that to see if we could maybe like let these people go, but it seems they're tied to the plot. And since he's the one who killed Lily, we have to report what we found here. We can't just leave it out conveniently, because I know that's what you would want.
And it's at this point, she She kind of taps your little like go bag that you probably have. Like, can I get a pair of gloves?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And
Give-
it's I slip one on, and I slip the other one on, pull the gun out of my belt, and then use L's shirt, what's left of it, to wipe the gun
Yeah. Okay.
and put it in his right or left hand, whichever one he tried to shoot me with.
Yeah, for sure.
So, if we want to, well, I mean, we're gonna have to report this, and obviously we didn't catch what the lady replicant's name was, unless you caught it. But obviously this S fellow is the kingpin, and is
all about the Mets. Sorry, continue.
and they want to. They're probably trying to board a rocket or something like that they stole out in Sector 12.
Sounds like it.
You
Or
wouldn't
wait.
know. So you wouldn't know, as you're kind of theorizing. The only way off-world anywhere in the city is the LAX spaceport. It's the only place with infrastructure that would support that.
Well,
Well,
But it is also in Sector 12.
yeah.
If you want to make a sweep around the rest of this building, I can call the chief and let him know to send some people down here to fully case the area and probably get this place shut down. And take our, like, I almost said testimonies, we're not dying. Our, like, testaments. No, there's a better way. Our witness interaction with what just happened.
First and foremost, we gotta find another way out, because I don't want to go back out through the bookstore. It's already suspicious enough, so we can probably find another way out through the sewers. We just have to give a GPS location to Chief.
Works with me. Just really hope my clothes don't get dirty. Sounds good. And
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm going to call, text, whatever is appropriate in this area to the chief
It'd
and
be, vid phone call. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
do that and just like report on what happened to free up. I don't want to actually roleplay this, just to free up time and other people to have the talking stick.
Sure.
If
So
that's
as
helpful.
you pull your KIA out to make that call, you find that its signal is blocked by the fact that you're underground. So you probably have to get above ground before you can make the call.
Yeah,
I was just gonna frown.
Yep.
So while he was doing that, I was gonna take one more physical look around to see if there's anything that
Sure.
denotes names and stuff like that.
Go ahead and roll me. Well, yeah, roll me observation.
There we go. That's something.
There we go. That's something. So you do one final sweep of the room. And really make sure you're thorough. Because the room itself, because I didn't describe as you walked in, because this kind of was tense from the get-go, but as you look around the room, it seems like a fairly sparsely furnished and fairly simple, almost like a study, right? So you've got a couple of fairly ill-repaired bookshelves that appear to have seen better days, and you figure they probably would have come from the bookstore. And on them are several books that talk about aspects of space flight. So they're manuals discussing different models of spacefaring craft, and they are guides on piloting spacefaring craft. So you further do get the sense that there's something to do with space travel here. it is lining up in your minds that this might be the ultimate goal here.
All right. Well, but no like names or anything else of any kind floating anywhere.
No names or anything floating here, just a couple of simple books, as well as some assorted cans of preserved food.
So I leave that and I go, all right, there's nothing else here. I'm able to get a hold of the chief there, Percival, or no?
Well, because I conveniently forgot that we're underground, though I can't get a signal. We'll have to leave before I can do that.
All right, well, let's find another way out that isn't the bookstore.
Follow your lead.
Cool. So you both head out, and it only takes you a short while, maybe 10 to 20 minutes at most, to navigate through the maze of tunnels before you find a ladder reaching up towards what you can easily tell is some kind of manhole cover on the street above you. And you are both able to walk up the ladder and climb out of the sewer tunnels at street level. So with that, I would now like to shift over to Fenna. So Maya, thank you for being so patient while we resolved all that tenseness down in
You're
the
welcome.
sewers. So
That's okay. I've spent the whole time reading about ballistic plate standards and then figuring out exactly what parts I have in my computer, and also taking notes.
fair.
I've
So-
been very autistic.
It's all good. Yeah, well, it's a good thing being that autistic.
Yes, it is.
So you enter or I should say you approach the apartment complex, rain still pouring, and you find your way into the building. There doesn't appear to be any kind of like a gate on the outside or anything. It's a pretty easy public access type door.
Okay.
And you find your way through into the building and start climbing the stairs until you reach the unit on the 3rd floor that belonged to Lily.
Okay.
And with that, remind me, you guys did not, I believe, find any kind of keys or anything like that for her, right?
No, we have not.
Nope, no keys.
Yep. Okay.
I have not written down that we found keys, and I would have been like, "Ooh, write that down so you don't forget it."
Yeah.
So we didn't. We didn't find any.
Okay. So you make your way to the apartment door. It is locked.
If I wanted to try and pick the lock, would that be tech?
It'd be tech.
Okay, I want to try it. Seems like
Okay.
the easiest way to go about it.
All right.
There we go.
Yep. You grab a pin out of your hair and just begin jimmying the lock open with this hairpin as your lockpick. And it only takes you a few short seconds. This isn't the first time you've done this. The door pops unlocked and is open for you to enter.
Okay, so I'm going to open the door, but I want to take a cursory look before I step inside.
Cursory look into the apartment or at your surroundings in the hall?
Into the apartment.
Okay. So as you peer around the edge of the door into the apartment, inside, as you might imagine, it's the middle of the night. It is dark. The only things you see inside that cause you some extent... Hollowed, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. The only thing you see inside that gives you any visual indication whatsoever of depth beyond a window on the far end of this short entryway leading in, are a couple of lights that are giving the very faint impression of several appliances that are sitting on what appears to be some kind of countertop.
Okay. Do I have a flashlight? No, I just have my badge and a KIA unit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I want to step inside and try and find the light switch. I'll close the door behind me.
Yep,
and lock it if I can.
one...
If I didn't break the lock.
You didn't. No, you just picked the lock. So you do find a light switch just inside the entryway and flip it on. The small studio apartment lights up. And it is fairly meticulous in terms of just how well kept it is. The bed, which you can see in the back corner of the room, is well made, like sheets pressed, like very, very evident that Lily was a very clean, meticulous kind of person. And yeah, glancing around, there's not a whole lot on display out in the open. You see a small television set in one corner, along with a variety of small kitchen appliances, a toaster, a blender. There's a small electric range and stove, and a microwave inside. But yeah, beyond that, it's a pretty sparsely decorated and pretty minimalist furnished studio apartment that you wander into here.
Okay. No, like, desk or anything like that?
Oh my goodness, Robert, thank you for gifting the subs. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
What? I didn't do nothing.
You just said Buddha Bob. Or no, wait. Yeah, that's you. That's you. I know your name. I was like, wait a minute. It's like there's one other guy who has a name similar to you. And I'm like, if he's watching and gifting subs, that's really impressive. But for you, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone, you now have access to emotes and other fine features of our channel. There is a beautiful little thanks Choom emote. If you would like to thank Robert for your sub. But thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. The Chaos is also a good one, which is one that you all now have access to as well. But yeah, within there, Fenna, as you kind of enter the space, there are several desks, or not desks, but there are several drawers within the kitchen, obviously, as well as a small desk that you couldn't see from the entryway of the apartment, that is pushed up against the wall opposite the bed.
Okay. Bear with me here.
Sure.
I promise I'm not going crazy. I want to check the refrigerator.
Okay. So you open the refrigerator. Inside, you find a pretty normal assortment of cold goods. There's a...
Let me specify what I'm looking for to make it easier for you. I'm just trying to see if it's full or not.
It's about as full as you would expect a bartender's fridge to be. It's not like full to the brim, but it's about half full of different cold goods and maybe some leftovers.
Okay. Good to know. And then I want to... You said she was very meticulous. I want to check her closet.
Okay.
And see... basically what I'm looking for is I'm checking signs of upkeep. I mean, obviously, she obviously didn't know that she was going to die, but I want to just, like, get further evidence of that. You know, her fridge was full. You know, if she planned on going out soon or thought something was happening or if she thought she was leaving or whatever, she wouldn't buy a ton of food if she knew she wasn't going to be here to eat it. Stuff like that. That's kind of the vibe of what I'm looking for.
Right. So her closet is fairly sparse. There's not a lot of different clothes in here. There's a couple of fairly stylish outfits that she's kind of hung along a rack in the closet that, as you kind of look through them, especially with your background being a people pleaser, if you will, is that like these would have all been very like comely type outfits for a bartender to wear and probably get tipped fairly handsomely each night. In here though, there is one outfit that catches your eye that is different from the rest. And that is a flight jumpsuit. And it seems like it's a fairly dated and worn one that maybe wouldn't have been quite the right size for her, judging by it being a little larger than the other outfits in the closet. But it does appear that there's some kind of flight jumpsuit here.
Okay. Are there any identifiable markings on the jumpsuit?
On the jumpsuit, there are a couple of serial numbers. And the patch on there is for a suborbital space company that is called Orbital Air.
That sounds like a gum flavor.
Orbital Air.
New flavor.
Yeah, it kinda does.
Gum.
Oh, yeah. Takes
it
off.
feels
This is what it
to chew
feels
5
like to chew 5 gum. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I am going to. I'm debating whether or not I should take it or just take pictures of it.
Fair.
I guess, do I have like a backpack? Because if I don't have a backpack, then it really wouldn't make sense to grab it.
Not particularly, because I mean, it's not like you
Okay.
come in planning on taking possessions of this dead girl.
That's fair. Then I'll just leave it. But I'll take pictures of it. And
Sure.
I suffice to say, I'm taking pictures of everything that I think is noteworthy, which in my terms means everything I've written down on my little sticky note here.
Fair. Yep.
I want to check the drawers.
Okay.
Just see what I can find that's funky wonky in there.
Roll me an observation check.
I'm all right at that.
Oof.
That is unfortunate.
That is. Would you like to push the roll?
You won't take HP damage, you'll take resolve if you have any of that, because it's a mental check, if I understand this correctly.
Well, and
Yeah, I have
replicants actually
less
don't
resolve.
take, and replicants don't take physical damage when they push any roll.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Only humans can take physical damage for pushing rolls. It's all resolved for replicants.
Suck it, meatbags.
Ouch.
Yeah, why not? That's
Oof.
not better for me. That's the
not,
same thing.
That's not ideal. So in pushing that roll, you look through the drawers, and you don't seem to find anything noteworthy or out of the ordinary. The papers you do manage to find are just takeout menus for local Chinese and pizza places. And there are a couple of old phone numbers hastily written down that don't appear to have any kind of attachment to names that you're familiar with for the case.
Okay. I want to, I guess, then check to see if there's anything like under her mattress.
Ooh. Very cool. Go ahead. Let me see here. So under the mattress, this is actually not going to require a roll because it's not like there's a whole lot of place to stash things under a mattress. So you flip the mattress up, and what you find tucked under there is a small fold of bills, Chinyen bills, that are, you would estimate, just based on what you're seeing, probably total up to about a month's worth of money working at a job like the one she had. There's a small subcompact pistol, and there is a note.
Okay, I would like to read the note.
Mm-hmm. So the note here starts to make some connections in your head. So this note was addressed to Lily from Sam. And
okay.
It reads, Lily, it sounds like S is moving the timetables forward. We need to know if you're ready to fly this thing. He said he's got his eyes on an orbital air flight that leaves Thursday from LAX. They've got most things in position already. But over the coming week, we're going to be moving some things around. They just need to know you're prepared for what comes next.
Interesting.
And the date on this note was just from a couple days prior to Elle's appearance in the bar.
Just a couple days before that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That would have been because so the night before was when Elle showed up. So this would have been like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yep. And it is a Tuesday, and tomorrow's Wednesday.
Okay. So day after tomorrow is when they leave.
And it sounds as though the plan has maybe been pushed up. Because as soon as you guys get out of the sewers, Percival and Bacher, are you uploading what you know to the LAPD database to make Fenna aware of what you guys found down in the sewers?
I'd assume so.
Okay. So Fenna, it's about now that you start getting feeds into your KIA for updates about the case. And you start hearing it begin to ping.
Okay.
So you would be learning as you read that feed of all of the things that Wilson and Percival found.
So then the last like major questions are who the fuck is S and why did they decide to kill their pilot? Okay. So yeah, I will upload all of what I've found to the net, but then I would also specifically send a message or call Holden, our supervisor, and be like, hey, they're planning on leaving on an orbital air suborbital flight on Thursday. stolen jumpsuit was found. And then I'm gonna keep looking through the apartment to try and find like credentials, I guess.
Yep. And he
Stole
says,
she stole the flight jumpsuit for something.
Yep. And he says, keep me up to date. It's really late, but if you find anything interesting, call me. I'll try to make the rest of my sleep quick.
I did. I told you that they're planning to steal a suborbital flight on Thursday. What's more interesting than that?
And he's like, you're reminding of him. He's like, oh no. And he says, I'll
like that is about as interesting as it gets.
Yeah, no, because it sounds like you woke him up from his sleep, because about now it is about like 10 or 11 at night. So
yeah,
he says, I'll gonna head back to the precinct. I'll meet you all there. And with that, the line cuts.
okay. So I already checked under the mattress. I checked her drawers. Are there any other like tables or drawers that I haven't checked?
So there's one underneath the television in what would be like the entertainment or TV stand.
I would like to check that one, please.
Observation, please.
Alright, let's do better than last time. Let's do better than
There
last time.
we
That's
go.
much better than last time.
So in here, you find a small locked box.
Box underneath in the drawer under the TV.
Mm-hmm.
And is it the kind that like I can take out and bring with me?
Yes.
Like it's not the drawer itself.
No, right. Yeah, it's about the size of a small toolbox essentially. So it's just small enough that you could probably carry with one hand relatively easily. And it's got some heft to it, as you might imagine. But yes, it's a locked metal, almost like a small footlocker box.
Okay, I would like to try to pick it, but if this doesn't work, I'll just bring it back to HQ, and I'm sure they have an actual locksmith there who can do it for me.
Fair
Me.
enough. Tech, please. Let's go. All right. So you pick the lock again relatively easily. And inside you find a small, unmarked black leather book.
I would like to open it.
Yep. So inside you appear to have found her diary. And inside, the entries go back for about 6 months. And the first couple of entries talk about how, hey sis, I'm hoping that you read this one day. I really miss you. It's been pretty lonely around here since you headed off to the colonies. And just almost like these unsent letters that she is writing in here to her sister. The entries eventually begin to turn into more like daily activities and such, right up until you get to about the last month or so, where she writes in here, so a new kid started working at the shop today. Guy goes by the name of Sam. I kind of like him. Introduced him to LNS, and I think he's going to be really helpful for what comes next. LNS are extremely focused, and M has been a bit, M about the whole thing. She seems very stressed out. but I'm sure we can make this work. We just need a boat that comes in a few weeks from now. It's got the last of the pieces we're missing. And then as you flip forward, you read one final entry here that's dated from just a couple days ago that says, "Sis, I think I'm finally going to get a chance to see you again. They said that your unit is getting leave to come back to Earth. I'm so excited to see you. It's been what feels like years since I've seen you last. I'm going to try and convince them to stay here just a little while longer so that I can hold you one more time. And then we can go to the stars together." And with that, the diary ends.
With the stars together. I think it's clicking. The extra parts on the Dahlia Rose, I'm assuming, were replacements to help extend their naturally short lifespan because they're Nexus 8s. Counterfeit Nexus 8s. Okay, so I would, I'm assuming Holden's awake, so I'm just going to add that specifically to the case file, the KIA, obviously.
Sure.
And then I feel pretty confident I've searched the residence as best I can. So
Yes.
it is back to HQ.
Okay. Very cool. So yeah,
And
you pack things up, and Holden gets in touch with the two of you, Percival and Bacher, as you submit your part of the report. It says, "Meeting in HQ in an hour. Be there."
at that point, with us getting out of the sewers, Bacher was already in her spinner waiting for Percival to show up, because Percival was making sure he wasn't getting dirty. But Bacher sends a direct message to Fenna at some point, like, "Bookstore went loud. More details in meeting."
Thumbs up emoji.
All right.
1 sec, I need to be right back. But I'll be hearing what you're saying. I'll have my headset on. I just won't be able to talk.
Okay. We can take a couple minutes here. Just take a quick break, and I will be happy.
I think
to
that's a
chat.
good idea.
Yeah.
Body break.
I'll get some water, and yeah, everyone can kind of take a second. So, all right, guys, for those of you hanging out with us here in stream, we'll be back. Give us about 5 or 10 minutes. And at the very least, I'm going to come back and chat with all of you. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hey, everyone. It's Emmerron here. I just want to thank you for watching the show here on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And go follow us over on Twitch, you gonk. We do a live show over there. We even chat with you after it's done. So come and join us Mondays, 7 p.m. Arizona time. See you there in the dark future, tunes. All right, everyone, we are back. So, welcome. We are now all moving to the LAPD headquarters. So here we gather. So you all land your spinners back at HQ, and the night has quickly kind of advanced. By the time you get back to HQ, you can already start to see the light gray of the pre-dawn. And walking into the office of Holden, he's got a look on his face that you might have expected him to look a little disgruntled or disheveled because you woke him up in the middle of the night. The look on his face is one of disappointed anger. And he is holding in his hand a magazine. And as you all sit down around his desk, he slaps the magazine down in front of the three of you. And on the cover, the magazine is Kill, which is a known tabloid for finding the most gruesome, fucked up shit throughout the city. And, ambulance chasing, crime scenes. And it's got a photo of the body that Percival, you would have examined just that morning out at the seawall, crumpled up at the bottom. And it says, Nexusates live among us. But are they friend, foe, or just plain suicidal? And Holden looks at the three of you and says, I want to know right now which one of you leaked this to the fucking press.
Is this a joke?
I wasn't there.
Only
I wasn't
you,
fucking there.
only you three knew about this being Nexusates, and that photo is ripped straight out of the fucking precinct files. So I need to know, and I'm only going to ask this one more fucking time. Which one of you leaked this shit to the fucking press? Kill of all fucking press outlets.
Here's a response question, Chief. Where's Willem?
So Willem, fucking Willem, sent him off on something else. After he got found out by the group that you guys were, well, let's just put it this way. He's become a liability. Thankfully, I've already gotten his assurances that he was not part of this whole debacle. So to the three of you, I ask, why? Who did it and why?
You got me. It's in my programming as a Nexus 9. I'm programmed to love this job as much as possible. So naturally, I'm going to go against that just for the fuck of it and leak a case that I'm still currently working on to a tabloid I don't even fucking read. When I slept in the evening to make sure I'd be able to stay up tonight to go to this victim's house to do an extra thorough investigation, which found out that they're stealing a suborbital flight to try and go off-world. But you're right. In between all of that, just for fun, I leaked it to a tabloid. What the fuck do you think?
Go ahead and roll me manipulation.
I hope you get 2 unicorns.
So you're not actually that convincing because that unicorn negates the success.
I can push the roll.
You could push the roll.
Fuck it. Want to do it? Select dice to push. Yeah, D12, I guess. It only lets me select that one. That's better. I hurt myself, but
better,
it's better.
yeah. So this time around, you really emphasize I'm gonna just fucking report on an active case because I care about my fucking job that little as a Nexus 9. And so Holden sits
Actually,
back
can I, because I hurt myself, can I be like, yeah, you know what? I took that kid who trusted in me, who was fucking crying because of how scared he was, and I killed him because I was just going to leak this to a tabloid. I killed somebody who was like me for a tabloid. You're right. That's what I did. That's exactly what I did.
Yep.
Good fucking job.
Yep. And Holden leans back in his chair and he says, fine. Wasn't fucking you. Wasn't you Blade Runners. But now we're left with a different problem then. Because now the issue becomes, who the fuck leaked this to the press then?
Hold on. He said the image was from our database, right?
Because it would have been one of the first images from the crime scene.
And does does this database, because you said we have to make requests to get info, it would have like a log of who accessed it and where, right?
It may.
So that I'm gonna go with that angle. Percival would chime in and say, sir, if I may, shouldn't we, it's my job, be able to access the database to see who had access to these files and who pulled that photo to send it to anywhere? Because I know it wasn't me, because I spent most of the day going through the network, as you know, for going through all the cameras, so I wouldn't have had time to do this. Not that I would.
And Yep, and he looks at you and says, that might be an angle we can play. I just hope it's not one of them fucking anonymous requests.
Well, if it is... if it is... I don't know.
Well, there's one thing that we could do. Because, Percival, you and Holden, not you and Holden, you and Willem were at the crime scene where Lily's body's found, right?
Correct.
Willem said that he had chased a guy off of the boat that was in the dock. Maybe this is a hypothetical. The person who we might have an identity to match them, not physically, but at least identity-wise, went back to the crime scene, took photos, and uploaded them using the police server as a VPN.
I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure that guy is the guy who Elle and the lady we didn't get the name of mentioned was going to do the exchange of whatever resource. So I doubt you would have had time.
I think the lady that was underneath the bookstore with you is M, who I found mentioned in a note in Lily's residence.
Literally.
So we have an L who we can confirm was a N8. He is retired. I have a bullet wound to prove it. L is retired. M is missing. I believe she was going to meet some contact in either in some kind of warehouse in Sector 12 or at LA or at the spaceport. I can't remember exactly where. But we have S and M. So maybe M is trying to catch up with S to push everything forward.
Yeah, and Sam and Lily were also members, but they're dead.
Yeah. But first things first, I think we need to let Percival do his magical cyber digging and find whatever. Maybe that'll give us another lead.
Agreed.
If it was magical, things would be a lot easier.
Magic doesn't exist here.
It does. No. With your permission, sir, I would like to excuse myself from this meeting to go start searching through the net.
You're excused. See if you
Get
can
up.
find out what scumbag took this from us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he gets up, gives him a salute, and then makes his way out of the room.
Yep. All right. Very cool. And so Holden returns his attention to you two remaining. Says, you two. one of the potentially helpful aspects of the article, the rag managed to check out some of the history of Lily, and well, they got commentary from an old salon she used to go to. Place in the red light district goes by the name of Kumite. I want you to go there. Check it out.
Okay.
How do you spell that?
Kumite.
Thank you.
Should have been like, you spell it Kumite, obviously.
Yeah.
Could I at least get a medic to check me out, because I'm kind of bleeding on this chair.
And he looks he looks at you and he says, I mean, looks like a fairly it'll take you your next shift probably, but yeah, we can have some of the medics downstairs take a look at you.
Then if it's a pressing matter, I guess I will just have them dig out the bullet, close it, and I'll get on my way.
All right. Best of luck. And what they just says dismissed. So now that that's done, yeah, you find your way down to the medical bay before leaving again, and they are able to sew you up, taking out the rounds that were laid into you there between Percival's gun and did L actually manage to land a hit on you? I don't think he did.
No, it was I'm covering up the fact that I got shot by Percival.
Entirely Percival. Okay. Yeah, so so yeah, the bullets are dug out and no harm, no foul. But yeah, they just get you sutured. It's not enough to really restore any health, and you know that these are probably going to be fairly fairly easy to break back open if you move too much. So Fenna and Bacher, your next shift then. So we are starting on day 2, shift 1.
Ooh, we made it to the next day.
We made it to the next day. The sun is rising over a overcast LA. So Bacher and Fenna, you both will be heading to Sector 1 to Kumite then?
Yes.
Yep, and I'm driving.
Very cool. All right, so you guys are moving up to Sector 1. All right, so Percival, let's start with you. So while they're en route, you head down to the tech center at the or the tech lab, I should say, at the RDU, and walking in, you find a free terminal and start pulling up the records of the requests that would have been made for evidence on the case. So go ahead and make me a tech roll with advantage, since any investigation you do regarding the tech lab while they're directly get advantage.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, that's a success.
Yay.
Yep. So you dig through the record here, and sure enough, as the captain feared, there is no well-stated record of who has accessed this, but you do notice in between yourself and your other investigators, your fellow Blade Runners, accessing the information as part of putting the case together. You do find the anonymous request And to your mind, there's only one place that can run anonymous requests like this. And that is a place by the name of BB's Bar. In the back, there's an old LAPD terminal that connects to the network that are used for particularly challenging investigations where one might not necessarily have jurisdiction or want the powerful people in the city like Wallace to know what was going on.
Okay. Does even though it's anonymous request, is it timestamped?
It is timestamped. It would have been just probably while you guys were in first shift yesterday. It's from about 9 a.m. the day before.
Could I use the fancy smancy buzzword network? Give me a second. It's gonna come back to me. It's not gonna
Esper?
come back to me. Yeah, the Esper network. I was like something mythical, something that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Could I use the Esper network and like comb through the footage around that location to like see if I see anyone like go into that building who feasibly could use the terminal? Because I'm assuming you still have to have like access codes to use said terminal.
So one thing you do know is that the owner, BB, is generally not too particular about who uses the terminal because the terminal is just linked. So anyone, BB can give anyone access. It's just that usually that's not a liability for the Blade Runners and the LAPD. It's usually more of a benefit because then they can look into powerful people without those powerful people knowing it was them. Today, however, that definitely feels more like a liability to you than an average day. But yeah, you could look at the Esper network to see who around that time was hanging out around or going into BB's for sure. You do have that timestamp.
Yeah, I think I'll do that because then when I show up, I can show up with like, which one of these bitches used the terminal?
Yeah, fair. You have leverage then.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me another tech roll with advantage.
Yay. I love rolling for things I'm good at.
All right.
Woohoo.
Success. All right. So you pull up the Esper network and start digging through cameras in the area around BB's Bar. And you do find one that is angled pretty much directly at the door. And so you immediately start kind of finding your way, panning through the scene to find any people that were entering or exiting the bar around that time. And on this one, because you're examining an image, I'm going to have you roll me observation to see if you notice in particular what you are finding.
Advantage or no?
This one will be without advantage because you've pulled the image up and now it's down to your eyes examining it.
I think I do fine.
Yeah, you do really good. So you look around the scene and you're noticing, almost as if trying to avoid attention, you see a spinner craft, and it's not marked with the typical markings of an LAPD spinner. That is parked just far enough away from the front of the bar to avoid being connected. But in processing the image, you see the video showing a woman with dark hair leaving this very nice looking spinner and walking right into BB's Bar just a few short minutes before the request would have been made. No other persons enter the bar at this time.
Okay. Cool. I'm assuming I'm able to like take a little bit of a screenshot, maybe.
Yeah, so you can actually print off Esper images for
Ooh.
basically recording up to 5 seconds of motion on what is called sat crystal print. Think like a Polaroid that you can animate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
A GIF.
Pretty much portable GIF.
Okay, I will do that then. And I'll immediately, as I do it, report to the chief with my findings and being like, well, I got you proof that it wasn't any of us.
And the chief, when he sees the image, says, wait. Shit. Percival, I want you to drop this line of questioning immediately.
Sir? I'm not, I will do so. I'm assuming I don't get to know why, but I'm going to ask why anyways.
Powerful people that we don't want to ask questions to.
Okay, good enough for me. You got it. Percival's was a good boy. Can you like burn Esper photos after you've printed them?
Sure. I mean, they're
Okay.
just like
Yeah,
any other
he-
kind of like photo or paper.
He's gonna do that, and then he's also gonna ask, Chief, if you would like, should I wipe the footage to get rid of the evidence if these are people we don't want to mess with, or let them get messed with?
No, I'll make sure it's expunged from the case file.
No. You got it, boss. And then he's gonna hang up and then go, oh shit, that got me nothing. At least I proved our innocence.
Yeah. But you do
Um,
find yourself with the nagging question of who the fuck that was in the photo that caused him to immediately shit himself.
It's true. But Percival, he likes his job and he likes things, so he's gonna go, I could look into it because that's my specialty. But I do like getting paid. And I know I would show up quite a bit later than them, but could I head over to the location the other three went to? Either two. Am I okay? I just forgot how to count.
It's
Apparently.
okay. There were 3 other people last week, so that is understandable. So this investigation and the analyzing is going to take the majority of the shift. So you can just wait for them to come back, because it probably won't
Okay.
be too much longer before they do. So you can catch yourself, like a quick bite down in like the
Yeah.
cafeteria while
Get a
waiting
cup
for
of
them.
coffee.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep.
You two may now have the talking stick.
Yes. All right. So we now go to Kumite. So we've got Fenna and Bakker. So you both land in your spinner not far down the street from Kumite. And you could see that even though it is fairly early in the morning, the red light district, of course, never truly sleeps. And it's full of beds, and it never really ever sleeps. Along the row, you see plenty of people in various states of dishevelment or put togetherness. The ones who are disheveled are leaving. The ones who are put together are arriving. And just a short distance down the street from you, you see the salon beckoning you in with neon signs and several animated images of flowing locks and beautiful hair being adorned on men and women both.
So as we would like land, I would, and I'm assuming we start walking towards it, I would like flash a uneasy smile at Olsen and be like, what are the odds we find another replicant? But it's like a pained smile at this point because I'm at resolve 1 out of 4.
And I'll look at Fenna holding the gunshot wound, and the bandages are very wet. Yeah, what's the chances, right? And this is when I look at my hand, and I think it's like half of my palm is kind of coated in very noticeable red liquid, so I keep it underneath my arm until I can find a sink.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
that's
they would have
fair.
they would have cleaned up your wound to the point that it's no longer bleeding, but it's like getting stabilized versus actually taking the time to rest and recover. So you're not bleeding openly. The gauze definitely might have absorbed a little bit of blood, but it's nowhere near as bad as it would have been before you left the precinct.
Yeah.
Yep. So with that said, the two of you approach the salon, and just like the rest of the red light district, this place already seems to be receiving some bit of attention from the people entering and exiting the salon. Inside, they appear to just kind of be getting things set up for the day. So the people leaving are more an employee or two that are kind of setting displays up for the day. One of them has a small chalkboard, like a chalkboard easel that has written like the specials for the day. And she is the one who sees the two of you approaching. And she says, noticing how you stand out from the rest of the surroundings, you immediately get the sense that she is just a little bit nervous. Because, wow, anytime that the LAPD shows up in this part of town, it's usually not a good thing. And she says, how can I help you both?
Well, I would like us to go talk inside before you have anyone else come in, please.
Certainly. And she goes inside, and the couple of customers that are getting ready to be seated, she makes like a quick like gesture to the other woman inside, just kind of like cuts, like just says, no, can't open yet. And she says, excuse me, everyone. I'm going to have to ask you to just leave. We'll reschedule any appointments for later on today. Please, we appreciate your understanding. Thank you. And hurries.
Sorry, give me 1 second. My cat's doing something wacky.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I understand. The tiny furry crackheads are tiny furry crackheads.
Indeed they are.
Indeed they are. Robert and I both understand this very, very well.
Indeed they are.
Yep. But so just to iterate what Wilson is doing while we were walking up to the salon, it's very much the slow side to side eye look of just how many people have been in and out of jail and she's seen come out of the headquarters to see if she recognizes anyone.
Sure.
Like just a passive like chuckle to herself.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Oh, please! I think we have a mouse.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Squeaks.
Did the cat hunt it down?
Not Stuart Little.
I mean, it is a New York mouse. They get decently chonky, as I understand. That one was dragging a whole fucking pizza behind it in the subway.
Was it eating fresh? You see what I did there? Yeah.
I mean, as long as it doesn't have a group of turtles following it, right?
Yeah. Are you good, Maya, or do you need a moment? Oh, she's probably right there.
I very much think she's away from her computer.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I understand. Mouse takes priority.
Yeah, because that's in the house. That'll make
Did-
problems.
Damn rat, making our game delayed.
Honestly, rats are less painful to deal with than mice.
Why'd you say that?
Just because mice are small little fucking shits. I've been able to like catch up to a rat running away from me and grab it. Mice never.
Yeah.
Once they decide they want to leave, they're gone. That's my experience, though.
Yeah.
And my experience is objective fact. Do not argue.
Of course not.
Well,
I wouldn't think
mean,
of it.
also, our friend Cody would be biased that rats are adorable and amazing creatures.
Yeah, he
Oh,
and his
I like
girlfriend had 2 pet rats until about a year and a half ago.
My ex had pet rats, and they were like really sweet and like actually surprisingly good pets. But would I ever have a pet rat? No.
I mean, that's fair. You've probably got to be a particular kind of person. Like, I don't know that I could ever own a pet rat. They do look very cute on TikTok, though. I will give them credit there.
Mm-hmm. The same thing with me and ferrets. I could never own a ferret, but god
Oh,
dang it, those
same.
smelly little wannabe weasels are adorable.
My fucking my best friend, he has 2 ferrets, and like they are just so stupid in like a good way.
I mean, by far, the favorite story I have from my one friend that had a ferret. His ferret would exclusively steal his left dirty sock.
Just the left one, though.
Like specifically, like gets home from school, takes off shoes, sets down bag, takes off right sock, does nothing, takes off left sock. Ferret comes in, grabs it, and runs behind the TV.
It's like my friend's ferrets. His ferrets, one of them specifically, will wait for you to take your shoes off and wait for you to stop paying attention, and then will only come bite your big left toe and then run away.
Yep. Skeevious little wonders, aren't they?
The dirty rollers. Yo, ferrets
I
here.
am so sorry. I am relatively certain we have one. The cat is hunting something. I'm gonna try and get it out as fast as I can.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem, I know
How
we're
dare
just
you.
talking about critters.
He just
in here.
tried to rip the curtains off the fucking wall, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And now he's hunting. So I kind of figured out what he's doing. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem, Maya. You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dirty
Nah, like
rollers.
ferret-
Do you? Is this just you just happen to have a ferret emote, or are you into ferrets as pets? Are you a ferret owner? I'm curious now. Just seeing that little emote.
Because ferrets are freaking cool, but it's like,
Eric,
Oh, man. yeah. Also, you need to.
Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, Dirty Roller has 6 of them.
You got 6 of them. Oh hell yeah, that's a lot of ferrets.
I wish.
That's a lot of like. Are you actually dead, furry little noodle?
They have no sense of self-preservation. Yeah, that sounds
Oh.
like ferrets.
I can confirm that he is correct.
They have no sense of self-preservation.
The clips I've seen, there's a white one. Her name is Nugget. I think she's like a deaf ferret. So when she gets surprised, she doesn't make any noise. She just wide open jaw and wiggles.
Yeah. Ferrets very rarely vocalize unless they're like playing, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
Because is Nugget the one that I regularly see on YouTube getting like wrangled into like dry pasta,
Yeah, it's like Nugget and macaroni.
Yeah.
and just shakes the poor thing down.
Yeah. It's-
That is like the ferret I see all the time on YouTube Shorts,
Mhm.
and I love it.
I think
So
it's really cute that they biologically, when they get excited, they get so excited that they lose like control of their muscles and will just like freak the fuck out. Like that's why they will like do that little jig, is because they literally get so excited they lose control of like motor function.
That's so cute.
Yeah.
Or like if you ever see like or sometimes when ferrets get excited, they'll back away really fast and then like fall over to themselves, and it's for the same reason. Is they're not afraid. They just get so excited that their body kind of just goes, oh.
It's equivalent to fainting goat syndrome. Just blah.
Whoa.
Yeah, dirty rollers, curious to a fault. Yeah, no, it's all good if you can't spell for crap. I can't spell for crap most days, so you're good.
I can't spell for crap on a good day.
Autocorrect and swipe are wonderful tools that make me look far better at spelling than I normally am.
Crap.
People don't. I just have a quick question because people don't believe me. It's true, but I swear that Discord's like autocorrect is just awful because it never has the word I want. Like I'll be off by like 2 letters and it will be like, here's 7 words that are completely different than the one you actually.
Interesting.
Like
I haven't
start
actually
paying
had
attention to it.
I haven't had that many issues with Discord's autocorrect or spell check. That's interesting.
Maybe it doesn't like my specific type of tism.
It might not. That might be the thing.
I mean, I just got fat fingers for typing, and I type really fast on a keyboard, so I end up rolling all over the keyboard. And Discord yells at me like, that is not a word. What do you mean it's not a word? I typed it's. You also put an @ sign. How did I do that? I don't know. But you gotta love how we went from cyberpunk dystopia of Blade Runner to ferrets.
Yeah,
That's a great segue.
this has given me a short opportunity here to kind of catch up on some of the YouTube comments. There have been, and if any of you are here in chat, I appreciate all of you commenting on the videos, and for those of you who are finding my GM series for Cyberpunk Red really helpful, I'm very glad that you're all finding it as helpful as you are, because I always enjoy being able to introduce new people to not just the genre, but Cyberpunk Red in particular, because I know it is what helped me get through the pandemic as gracefully as I did. I say as I suffered with a ton of depression, but it would have been worse, I think, if I didn't have Cyberpunk. So I definitely love showing new people the game and educating where I can on the things that make it so unique, and that I think presented me and those I've played with some of the most unique challenges when we were coming from, most of us at least, from a background in like Dungeons and Dragons. This is another game that is like, it just got a whole different vibe to it, that despite being another like cyberpunk genre game, it is like a completely new kind of thing for me, playing a very like roll light, dice light kind of game where it's more cinematic and like what do you find when you walk into a scene and stuff like that. So it's been very cool.
Yeah, as someone who was with Emmerron through their pandemic, I think we were your guinea pigs for Cyberpunk.
For my first ever campaign, you were one of them for sure. Yeah.
We were.
My wife, Erica, Cody, and my brother. Like that was the original group that put up with my bullshit.
Well, okay. You gave us the ability to put a nuke in the 23rd floor of a building.
I did that, yes.
And we took it.
You did. It ended horribly for everyone that wasn't on the crew in the city, but yes, you did that. That was a thing that happened.
But overall, like the mechanics of Cyberpunk is something that was really refreshing, because it's what revitalized me personally getting back into tabletop games. Because sure, playing all of the other games that I do, they're all well and good, but there's something to be had with visualizing yourself and going, I do this super cool thing. I rolled a 1.
Yeah.
But the other guy also rolled a 1. He rolled worse than I did.
Yeah, exactly. The crit fail. See, that's like, I think my favorite thing about the Cyberpunk Red system in a nutshell is like when you succeed, when you critically succeed or critically fail, it doesn't mean absolute success or failure. There are still like shades of success and failure to it. So it's one of those things where like the likelihood you're going to succeed goes way up when you critically succeed. And the likelihood you're going to fail goes significantly up when you critically fail. But it doesn't mean that that's a guarantee of failure or success. It just means like, all right, do you get to pull off the really cool stunt or not? Or, you know, do you fail up in a way when you're like, man, I'm going to try and do this crazy thing. And does it work? I rolled a 1. Shit, that's already not looking great. The guy I was rolling against also rolled a 1. Or better yet, oh, I rolled a 1. Still gets a 16. Still passes the DV. It's good enough.
Yep,
we're through it.
That's where I can say for playing Cyberpunk, the numerical values, when you sit there and you can go, even if I roll a 1, my base minimum number is X.
Yeah.
Like in a D&D game that I'm in, I legitimately look at the person who's running it and I go, even if I roll a 1, I have a minimum 8 on a strength saving throw. I literally look at him and go, you're not going to make me take a strength check ever. Because I'm just going to win. And when you feel powerful in that sense, that's the entire point of tabletop games. Like, you're meant to either feel powerful or feel like how we are with this system, where we're actually feeling smart, thinking about the right questions to ask, thinking about how we would go about doing certain things. Like, I don't think I would ever think this way in any other kind of game if it was like more based on rolling a whole bunch of dice all the time.
Right. When it's this cinematic, the practicality of things really starts to like land on you, where it's like, okay, so is there a practical way to resolve this thing that's not like this crazy, like contrived use of one of my skills? If yes, I'm going to just do that, because that's so easy to just say, I walk in, I talk to this person, I got the info I need, I leave. You know, like that's something where like without spoiling anything, because I do want to run this group through Electric Dreams at some point once I'm done running it, or playing in it rather, I should say, at Dice's table. Once I'm done with that, I do want to run it for you guys. There was a scene I got myself into, because I'm playing Willem in that game, where I basically walked in, talked this dispatcher essentially into a corner, and because I talked her into a corner, Dice straight up said, I almost wanted to just give that to you, because like rolling feels anticlimactic. But for the sake of it, I'm going to have you roll with advantage. I'm like, I can do that. That works for me.
Yeah, and Prepper Jack brings up a great point. This system, I know we talked about it in like the post-stream stuff last week. This, Call of Cthulhu, Vampire the Masquerade, a lot of these other games that don't have you doing your skills based on a certain number of modifiers in a background and stuff, they let you feel exactly how the world shifts when you make a simple decision of, I'm going to go do this thing. And then it ripples and you're like, well, now suddenly that body that I've decided to do nothing with at the start of the session is in the magazine and...
Right. Yeah. And you're like, well, shit. Like, yeah. No, and I agree, Prepper Jack. Like, for those of you who are... listening to this after the fact, because I this part may go up on YouTube even if Maya's not here. But this seems quite similar to Call of Cthulhu, where it's more reliant on the GM to create a compelling puzzle and story to solve, and the character build allows you to solve it in different ways. And yes, that's exactly it. Because you've got everything, like, especially when you custom make your characters, because that's the thing, like, these are pre-built characters from the starter kit that are mostly intended to be run as part of Electric Dreams. It is not so much that these are characters that the players necessarily like chose. Outside of, I told them, all right, you get to be an enforcer. You get, or like, here are the ones we have on the table. We have an enforcer, we have an analyst, we have a doxy, and we have a what was Willem's role here? Let me pull him up here real quick.
Han Solo.
because he was, I believe, an investigator or inspector.
Yeah.
That's I
Yeah.
knew it was an I word. So yeah, he's an inspector. So like these are your your 4 choices rather. Take your pick, and we're gonna play with those. But in like the full rules, they've got like city speakers, skimmers, fixers, like all these
Update.
people. Update?
I don't know what the fuck he thinks he saw, but I can't find it. So he's also going back to sleep on the couch. So whatever it was isn't a problem anymore. So
All right. Back to chilling and vibing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whatever your cat was chasing, he either chased it out of the house, or it was Casper.
I looked everywhere that a mouse could have gone reasonably, and I didn't see anything.
Mhm.
It could have been a fly. He like jumped and clawed the curtains, and my girlfriend said he's never done that ever. So who
That's-
knows?
Who knows? Oh boy.
Okay,
All right. Now
So
back
please.
to
remind me, what were we about to do?
Yeah, so
So-
you and Bacher were just walking into the salon to talk to the workers there.
That's
and they're
right.
trying to empty it out as you walked in and requested to talk in private.
Okay, and then the what's it called? The sat crystal print.
Yeah, that's like the Polaroids that you can print of espers. Yep.
And we have one of Lily, right?
So you at the very least you'd be able to pull your image up on your KIA.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, you'd have her image on your KIA, and then yeah,
I want
they're-
the image of her before she got brain exploded.
Yeah, no, and you would have that, and there was also the photo that Percival found on El's body after he met his end.
You could say
Okay.
he took an L.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Okay. So then I guess I was all in the role playing thing, and now my brain's all scrambled. Hold on, I gotta get back there.
You're good. You're
So-
good. Yeah, take a moment.
so to reestablish the scene, I legitimately just straight up asked to talk in private with Lee, who was setting out the signs,
Mm-hmm.
and and she scurried in a panic, saying we'll reschedule everyone's appointments and we will all of this stuff to accommodate us talking to them with
Yeah.
no perked ears.
Okay, so then once everybody has left, I would pull up the image of Lily,
Mhm.
and then just be like, was she one of your customers?
And the woman, because are you asking one of these two in particular? Because there's one behind the counter and the one that was setting the signs out. Or are you showing them, like, are you talking to them together?
I would probably, just to both of them together.
Okay, so you show them the image of her, and the one who started behind the counter says, "Oh yeah, she comes in here all the time. What's this about?"
Wait a minute, she comes in all the time?
Yeah, she comes in all the time.
When was the
And-
last time she was here?
Maybe, I don't know, a week at most, 5 days.
Okay, that thought we had a
You see her usually at least once or twice a week or so, though, to, help keep that hair of hers nice and shiny and trimmed. And I mean,
and this is when Wilson, being kind of calloused and cold, pulls the magazine that Captain Holden slapped on the desk for us.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
yep.
And I just simply go, like, I cover my hand over the main photo of her, and I go,
Yeah.
She's under my hand on this magazine.
And the one who is behind the counter looks at this, and still, even though you have your hand over the image, she can tell well enough what it is to gasp audibly at just this like shocking image you put in front of her. The other woman behind the counter doesn't seem quite as shocked.
And I roll it back up and I put it in one of my inner duster pockets and I go, yes, poor Miss Lily met a untimely end less than 48 hours ago.
And I'm sorry, I didn't get your names. What were your names?
And the two women here, I need my notes here. So the woman who is behind the counter, her name, let me see here. Bear with me a moment. I actually don't know that I rolled. I have one of their names. I don't have the other one, though. Give me one moment here. Sorry, everyone. For those of you who weren't here last week, I promised you all this is going to be scuffed. Here it is. Coming in the scuffed part 2.
Quick, give us 100 bits to name the character.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone,
quick,
first
ask
one,
what her fucking blood type is.
First one to donate bits with a name gets it. My only ask is that it be gender appropriate. Let me see here.
Gertrude.
Jane Blade Runner. Yeah, exactly. God damn it, Maya. Here we go. Give me just a brief moment while I roll some dice, because I have some dice right next to me here.
Are you sure you don't want it to be Smitty Yetterman Jensen?
Yeah, I'm pretty good with it not being Smitty Yetterman Jensen. So we've got yeah. All right. So the one behind the counter says, "My name is Harley Beck," and she's still very shaken. You could tell from just like the shock of seeing a dead client, even redacted as it was under the hand of Bacher. This is my assistant. And you could tell she's very like unsettled. This is my assistant Ivana, Ivana Meyer, and Ivana looks at you both. Yep.
Meyer, you say. What letter does that happen to start with, chat? And so I would kind of give a glance over to Wilson to be like, something, because like I didn't see what M looked like, but she did. Or like, I mean, she had a mask on, but you could tell that she's like same height, build, etc.
Well, it was in the dark, in the sewers, in the middle of a doorway, for all of 10 seconds.
True. Oh, and you're just a meat human. You don't have fancy senses.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Wilson, if you want to examine whether you recognize her or not, roll me an observation check. Let's see how observant you were and are.
Bada bing. Nope.
Not very.
Would you like to push the roll?
Yeah, I haven't had my coffee today. Let's go.
Yeah, nope. So
God, ow.
you strain yourself out because you are thinking, oh God, what if this is the woman that we saw last night? Because she would probably know you, but you strain your memory of last night and try and run that comparison, and it is
all I can think about is the retiring of a man named L.
Yep, that's the only memory that sticks from last night, really firm in your head. What's up?
I was gonna say, if one of you could fib a reason, aka the emotional manipulator out of you two, fib a reason for needing to get like a photo of them for like the case, along with like their names for like the testimony and stuff, you could send that photo of the suspect to Percival, who definitely would have gotten a good look at her, talking to her for like a couple of minutes, face to face.
Yep.
Just a suggestion.
That's a good idea.
It is metagaming, but I will allow it in this one instance.
So I will start with you, Miss Beck. You said you saw Lily about a week ago, you said?
Yeah, a week, maybe 5 days.
And she was clearly in happy spirits and everything else, correct? From what you can recall?
Yeah, she seemed, if anything, happier than usual. She said that she was going to get to see her sister again.
And did she ever successfully produce a photo of what her sister looked like, or was it just all verbal recounting?
No, just, we talk while we're doing our client's hair, and she spoke of her sister very often, very fondly, and it sounded like they hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and I just remember her talking excitedly about their upcoming reunion.
What about you, Miss Meyer? Did she talk to you about anything like this?
I didn't typically do her hair. Generally, that's Harley's job, but I would overhear it. It's not a big shop, as you can see. And so...
I would imagine. Are you a frequent reader of Kill?
Not typically.
Had you seen this issue before we showed it to you today?
On my way in, I pass a couple newsstands. The rags are usually always front and center. Fresh off the presses, as they say.
Are you desensitized enough to not have noticed if you would have seen a woman's mangled corpse at the bottom of the seawall?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to clarify that question.
Well, I just noticed that when we showed you we didn't even show you the photo, but the article about one of your regular clients who comes in here multiple times a week as a mangled puddle on the bottom of a seawall, your colleague had a much more natural reaction than you did. I'm just curious as to why. Did you see ahead of time, or is this common in the salon industry?
Jesus,
how dare you be emotionally jaded?
Oh my God, giving her the 5th degree. Holy shit. Yeah, go ahead and roll me manipulation here, Maya.
Let me write this down in my notes real quick.
Yeah.
Just ice cold.
Did you forget to take your normal pills?
I actually just took my bimbo pills right now. I forgot to do that.
That's a new name for them.
Yeah, no, my bimbo pills, Spyro, it makes you stupid and hot.
I'm gonna steal that one.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good one. That's going in the logbook for when I need a random quick funny.
The bimbo pills. Alright, let's see. Manipulation here. That's a success at least.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds here. I'm going to block something real quick while I modify something on my end.
No, don't. I want to see it.
I know you would. That's why I'm blocking it.
Damn. He saw right through my clever ruse.
Exactly. I need this to be. Give me 2 seconds.
So, on a very much more lighthearted note, Wilson is legitimately thinking of coming back to the salon to get her hair done, if she ever comes back.
I got my hair done today. Not there.
Yeah, you went to 2037 to go get your hair done, Maya. Totally logical.
It's true.
It's that future hairspray.
Imagine.
Let me drag this token up here. All right. Just because I don't have character art for all of the different characters you're encountering, because again,
All
scuff.
dumb moves.
Again, the scuff. So I will be rolling. Let me roll insight against that check that you made. Ooh. Ghost, welcome to the stream. It'd be going. We'd be having
Ghost?
a good time with Blade Runner. It's Ghost Squad 9.
The one I don't like.
The one you
Yeah.
don't like, exactly. Yeah, so she fails. So she looks and she says, I mean, dude, that rag, it always posts gruesome images since, well, this one in particular wasn't exactly what I'd call identifiable.
Oh, so you do read it often then?
You get you're getting the overwhelming sense that she's lying about something or covering something up. She's only being half honest with you. Yep.
Could I roll an insight check to see if I could clock this behavior?
To see if you could what this behavior?
To see if I could clock this behavior, to see if I could pick up on her.
Oh, that you would
being-
recognize it as well?
Yeah, like being panicked and whatnot.
Yeah, go ahead. Ha, nope. Can't push
Nope,
that. Yeah.
Yep, nope, I'm gonna leave that one.
Yeah, you're letting the social work. You're letting the doxy do the social work here. So so she responds to your question, Maya, with, well, no, it's not that I read it often. I see it often. I mean, like I said, there are newsstands all along my way into work.
I mean, sure, but it wouldn't really be that difficult to just not look at the newsstands if you knew that there's going to be triggering media prominently displayed in them, right?
I mean, I suppose.
So you choose not to do that.
And she just sits there looking at you for a moment. Just says, I'm sorry. How can we help you both?
You can help me by answering my questions. So, how come you were not shocked to see the image on the front of this magazine? Is it because you actually do read the magazine a lot and you lied to me just a few minutes ago? Or why? Or, like I said, is this a common thing to see in the salon industry? I'm not a hairstylist myself, so I don't know. Please enlighten me.
Just a fun thing in case you want to throw it in. You could always once you get to the peak where you've definitely won, you could always throw in her code name instead of her real name. You'd be like, we know.
So,
we know.
She says, I mean, girls bring rags like that in here all the time. It's really not that uncommon to see it in a salon, even if I'm not the one reading it.
So your viewership often brings in gore magazines to read while they're getting their haircut here.
Some of them.
And you hear Olsen chime in of, do you think some of them would rate it as an S?
Go ahead. I need to check how I want you to do that.
Like this is definitely more of like an
Mhm.
intimidation kind of thing
You're
rather than
you're definitely trying to manipulate her into revealing something. Go ahead, roll me manipulation, because that's kind of that
Yeah,
catch all for those.
Does she get advantage because of how thoroughly I've scared?
I
the
think I
diversion?
will award advantage on this roll. Yes.
You could have thrown the like. I prefer
Oh.
rolls right in hell.
Let's go.
So this woman, her eyes go wide at hearing that. And poor Harley here is just looking on, not saying a word, just stunned silence. And this woman that is staring at you wide-eyed suddenly turns on a heel and starts running toward the back of the shop.
and it's in a swift motion. It's a miss back down, and it's a gun drawn and just like a quick draw shot just straight down the salon.
And
Try
I'm
and
gonna
hit
take
her.
off running after her, but like I'm trying to stay out of her shot because I've worked with Wilson. I know she's probably going to take a shot. I want to give her a clear line of sight, but in case
Sure.
she misses, I want to be booking right after her.
Fair. All right, go ahead. Yeah, I'll say you only begin running once you know that the shot is coming, right?
That's fair. That's very fair.
So go ahead. Are you calling this shot at all? Well said.
No, this is very much like a quick draw. I'm just trying to hit something, like a shoulder, like back, center of mass, to just have her fall down.
Roger. Okay, cool. So your aim for effect here is to knock her down. Got you. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. This is not with advantage. This is going to just be a regular firearms attack with your gun. Ooh, you get it.
Ooh.
So yeah, you quick draw, and just as this woman is starting to book it for a back door, you slam into her with a round, center of mass, and it knocks her to the ground from the force of the impact. And she suffers the 2 damage that you deal to her. Fenna, this leaves you a very easy time catching up with her as you book it
Yes.
after her and get right on top of her as she's gone face first toward the floor.
And do we have some kind of handcuffs or something? I know
I
it's
would
not
say
in the
so.
inventory, but
I
like
would say so. Yeah.
yeah. So I want to handcuff her. I want to handcuff her feet too, if possible. If I have to wait for Olsen to get over here with her cuffs to do that, that's fine. But I want to immobilize her.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
would you
it's-
just
it's
kind of
very
tell
much-
her?
Yeah,
Would you
it's
kind of
like
tell her
gun-
like, "Oh, you're Wilson, get her feet," kind of thing?
Yeah, I'd be like, get the legs.
It's a gun holster. It's like bending over hurts.
Yeah.
And then yeah, it's a handcuff the feet.
Yeah. And
Feet cuff.
The grippers.
And with that, Harley looks over at you and says, is she okay?"
And I walk over to her and I go, and I show her the badge. This is official Blade Runner business. Please vacate the vicinity. We will send CSU to collect evidence, clean up the site, and then you can open up your business as normal.
And then as she finishes saying that, I'll say, and if you leak a word if you leak a word about any of this to anybody, you're also going to go to jail.
And she's, of course, I'll lock things up right away. And she hurriedly moves to the front of the store, locks the front door, pulls shades, deactivates the outside vid screens, and then as you both move to the back, she basically directs you to the back with her, to the rear entrance, and lets you out that way before she also closes that up as well.
And I
Okay.
go ahead and call Captain Harlow, like potential suspect in custody, need pickup, brought back to headquarters ASAP.
Yeah. So Holden responds with, "All right, good work. We'll be expecting you." And with that, you both hop back into your spinner. And as you lift from the ground into that purge mode where you are flying thousands of feet above the city, this woman who you have shackled starts just screaming, "You motherfucker! I should have fucked you up when I had the chance! I swear to fucking God, let me out of these restraints right the fuck now!"
No, I don't think I will. Because, just saying, Elle put up more of a fight.
Oh.
That's right, she wouldn't even know about hell. Oh no. And she she stops at you saying that. She was squirming and lively. She hears that and goes quiet suddenly and very still and very quietly, in great contrast to what she just started going off about, says, "What do you mean by that?"
Once you're back to headquarters and you get to talk with me and my much more sociable friend here, I will let you know. And there will be a present for you at the end of that interview.
My cat's being crazy again. Give me just 1 second, please. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. So yeah, Wilson, you managed to get the spinner back to HQ and unload just as the morning.
I'm so paranoid. He's just playing with the other cat. We're fine.
You're good. Okay, good. No, I'm glad to hear that. That's all it is. So yeah, you make your way back to the HQ and set down, pulling Ivana, who you now probably have very fair confirmation is M. Pull her out and basically drag her to the interrogation room where baseline and VK tests are carried out. And drop her ass in the seat there.
And I'm assuming since I've got the most empathy, I would be the one to do the void conf test.
So when you and I get into that room, it's the void conf isn't gonna really be necessary for this one just yet. Hi, M.
And she looks up at you and says, "All right, so what the fuck happened to Al?"
Before I tell you that, you're gonna tell me what's up with those Space Nautica books that I found at your little meeting place.
Oh. You appreciated our little library, our literary collection.
Yep, because I've been off-world before. It's not that easy to pilot something off-planet.
I mean, what is there to say? Space is a dream for many of us.
At the same time, it's not that great. I've seen the dark and the bad side of things.
Sounds like something a failure would say. No one comes back to this dying rock if they had a choice.
I did my tour of service. That's all I had to do. Your brothers and sisters kept me alive, which I greatly appreciate, and I feel sorry for every single thing that us humans, or meatbags as you call us, do to you. But what you and Elle did to Lily is not justified. You took another life in trying to make yours better. Am I wrong?
Bold of you to judge me. I didn't take a life. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know S told L to. You probably knew about it. Because as L said, Lily was an airheaded bitch talking about her sister that may or may not exist. So, all I need to know is, where is S and when will we be able to find them?
Roll me manipulation.
With advantage because I have the one up on her, or no?
No advantage this time.
Let's go! Dang it!
Damn.
Would you like to push?
Push
It's
it
worth-
real good.
I think it's worth the last one.
All right. Yep. Unfortunately, even with that push, not enough.
Mm-hmm.
So she just looks back at you stubbornly and just says, I don't know why you would bring things up and describe a friend as an airheaded bitch. Lily was the best of us. She was a real talent. I would never have killed her. She was like a sister to me.
Okay, so then it was just L who had problems with her. All right. So then, yes, I do apologize for judging you incorrectly as a human being. And justice will be served because S will pay for what he told L to do. And now, my friend, Fenna, if you have anything else you would like to ask her before starting the test, go right ahead. And I will go stand on like the darker wall of the room.
Yep. Off in the corner. Very cool. Fenna.
So I would sit down and be like, okay, Ivana Myers, do you know what a void conf test is?
Yes.
Do you know how they proceed?
I do.
Do you know that you will fail?
All a matter of perspective.
Do you know what happens once you fail?
You get to be nice and superior, thinking you've made the city a better fucking place. Just like you did with Sam.
Just like I did with Sam. That's right. Now, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I just need you to answer with the first phrase that comes to your mind. Do you understand?
I do.
And then I'm going to start the point contest.
Yep. So this will eat your whole next shift. I do want to point that out to you here.
Yeah, but we've got to do it, so.
Fair. All right. So yeah, they roll insight with disadvantage. You roll your just a regular manipulation.
Perfect. Let me just add this to my shift schedule here. Okay, manipulation.
It takes you no time at all to identify she is definitely a Series 8. Absolutely not even a problem. Yeah, she's an N8, hands down, without fail. But she's an authentic N8. She's not one of the shoddy, put together ones that was like Sam.
Okay, so upon completion of the test, I would say, congratulations, Miss Myers. The test was a success. You now have the opportunity to make the city a better place today than it was this morning.
And she says, well,
I'm sorry, I would immediately cut in and say replicants due for retirement are not allowed to speak.
even if they know things.
What
Fenna,
things?
let's let her have a few last words here. And this is when Olsen now walks up to the metal table, and you just see her put her gun on the table and a click of the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Let her talk.
I mean,
We need information.
and I need assurances.
Because I'm not good at this test. Fenna, can you tell me if she's an authentic or a counterfeit?
She is an authentic, genuine Nexus 8 replicant.
And above table here, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
By policy, regardless of authentic or counterfeit, N8s get retired, right?
N8s get retired. They get reported, they get retired.
What assurances are you looking for?
Freedom. Chance to walk. All I want to do is head off.
Oh, hold on.
Up.
Also,
Kept in
in
the
this
correct-
moment, unfortunately, I do have to go because of like travel-based stuff. I can't stay up too late and shit. Sorry about that.
Poopy.
That is.
You guys are free to finish without me. Obviously, I wish I could stay, but
Okay. We can, if you two are good with it, Maya and Robert, if you're good with continuing without Percival's aid, I can have him reassigned in the same way I did Willem.
Yep, I'm okay with that
Cool.
because I feel like we're almost to the end of it.
We're getting very close, yeah. So, thank you,
this
Fox.
is when like, yeah, no problem. This is when like everyone's like, see, the problem was now that he's gone, you guys are about to face 7 consecutive intelligence checks. But yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having me.
No problem at all, dude. No, have a good trip. Hope
I
you,
will.
have a good, safe time. And yeah, we'll look forward to hearing about it when you get back.
Oh, I will have probably many things to tell.
Hell yeah. You have a good one, man.
You too. See y'all. I hate you, stream. I'm just kidding. I love you guys, except Ghost.
All right. And with that, there were 3 of us. All right. So yeah, this is our force shrinks. All good though. I do appreciate you both hanging out and being part of this. So thank you guys. Because I know it is getting a little later. For you, Maya, it's especially later. I know it's 2:30 over by you, so really appreciate it. And
So-
yep. So as far as your question about assurances, so Ivana looks over at you both and says, I just want to run off into the wastes beyond the city. That's all I want. Drop me off at the edge of oblivion and let me walk into the wastes. What you do from that point on, none of my business. I don't give a shit. Before I tell you what I know, that's what I need.
Well, you know that's a really hard thing for both of us to agree to, right?
I know you're Blade Runners with spinners and near carte blanche levels of get what you want, go where you want. So I don't think I'm asking too much of the wrong people.
Look, that decision, if it were up to me and not the system, Sam and Elle would still both be here.
So you'll let another one of us die just for the petty folds of a system that you're just another cog in. When I could tell you everything you ever wanted to know, and you would squander that.
Because if you tell me what I want to know first, it may sway my answer.
Your friend here seems all the bloodthirsty. Wants me retired. So if I say what I know, I have no value alive anymore.
That's because that's what she's good at.
Get me in a spinner. I'll talk on the way. Make up some bullshit story.
As much as I want to do that, give me something first.
Those books you found. Once Lily was found, let's just say I've had to take a crash course in pilot training. And just in case something went wrong, we had a few other people, some of the neophytes that people like your friend Percival really came into the plan late, got them studying on how to pilot this thing. I'm not the only one who can do it. Lily was our primary hope, but you know, fickle engineering. When she was found dead, I had my suspicions, but thank you for confirming that it was Elle. The bastard can rot in hell for all I care. But S, on the other hand, well, to know more about him, that's where I need your spinner to drive us out. Drop me off at the edge of the wastes. And I'll tell you all you would ever want to know about S and what their plans are.
Okay, I'm back again. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
I was just asking Miss Mayer some questions, and Miss Mayer was the backup driver if something happened to Lily.
When something did happen to Lily.
But she had no hand in the plot for sending Lily over the seawall. And apparently, there's a small gaggle of replicants that are able to do this if she doesn't show up.
All I want to be taken to is the edge of the kipple. I'll walk off into the wastes. You'll never see me again. If you want to find out who S is and the finer points of the plan, then this is what I need from you. I need to be taken to a place where I will never be found and be allowed to walk.
Those are your terms?
Those are my terms.
And if we do this for you, you'll give us the information on S and everyone else in the rest of the ring.
All that I know of. As you might imagine, we're not exactly what you'd call cohesive or centralized. But S, I know plenty about S.
Get Captain Holton here.
Nope. Hold on. I think we can make those. I think I can make those assurances. I can just put you in the skimmer, take you out myself. I can do that for you. I'm lying to her.
Manipulation.
Jesus. I have to push this. I have to.
You can't, though.
I can't push it?
You can't. Double unicorns. You can't push unicorns.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
So she
It's probably
she
a good
looks-
thing. I would have gotten another unicorn and then fucking died.
Yeah. So she looks at you, Fenna, and says, "Not you. Her. You want me retired at any cost. She, on the other hand, seems gun ready, but not otherwise hostile. I'll tell her all that she needs to know. For your case, I get to live the rest of my lives out in the kipple. Short as that might be, it's better to live free than to die on my fucking knees here.
Like I said, Finna, go get Captain Holt.
I would leave to go get Captain Holden.
Mm-hmm. So you enter his office, and he looks up at you and says, "What is it?"
She wants assurances that we'll drop her off at the kipple. We give her those assurances, or make her believe that we give her those assurances. She will reveal everything she knows about the what we presume to be the ringleader for this entire operation. What we've already gotten from her is that she was the backup pilot for the shuttle they plan to steal, and that there are several more lined up in case she doesn't show up. So straight up killing her does not, or straight up retiring her at this time does not seem like it would provide significant interference towards their operation.
Holden looks down and says, "Shit. Wow. How do you want to play this?"
We don't have to give her the assurances. She has to believe we've given her the assurances.
Okay. So
You could draft something up on official letterhead. We all know it doesn't matter who signs it, what shows up. That order is not legal. It is not enforceable. So we can do whatever we want. Embellish this order, sign it, stamp it, whatever. Make it look as legit as possible to her. She doesn't know that it's completely unenforceable no matter what we do.
I believe her demands, though, from what I've been hearing, are she'll talk on the way. How do you propose we deal with that wrinkle?
Get her to talk on the way, then shoot her when we get there.
Fair enough.
It's the easiest way. If she's handcuffed or restrained, it's not like she'd be able to run.
Worth a try.
Either way, we only stand to gain from this. She won't get away without being retired. But if we're convincing enough, we'll get a bunch of extra information out of her.
All right. Do it quietly. Get her out as quick as you can. Take her to the spinners. No one hears of this. We don't negotiate with these things.
And I would get like a slight smirk as he says these things, knowing that I have a feeling that like if Nexus 10s were to come out, I would probably be treated exactly the same as the 8s are. And so I would go
Okay.
with
So,
my
yeah.
orders.
So you get back to the interrogation room. And how do you want to present this?
Skimmers are 2-person capacity.
Spinners are, two.
I'm sorry, spinners,
technically.
yes.
Yeah, you're good.
2-person. Okay. So I would say, I talked to Holden. Terms are agreed to. You take her out.
Okay. And so at this point, you stand her up and she says, "Now, what about my arms and legs? Walking is going to be pretty hard if those are all chained together."
And,
You won't have to walk in the spinner.
Yeah, and I'll take the gun from my right hand, put it in my left hand, and put it into just another holster I have on my left leg.
Mm-hmm.
And
then I'll say, oh, I'm sorry. You finish.
I'll reach in onto the back of my belt where I keep my handcuffs. I look. You move that knee, I'm breaking it. And I go down and I undo the handcuffs on the ground. I put them back on my belt.
And as she sees you release them, she smiles and says, "That is much better." And before we continue, I do want to call out Shatter got the black. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So with that, her legs are undone. Her hands are still shackled. And she looks up at you, Fenna, and she says, "Do I get the same courtesy from you?"
But no, you said you don't trust me. I'm not a part of this. She's taking you out. I have other things to attend to, and I leave. I plan on following them, but I'm a showgirl at heart.
Before you leave, Fenna, I go, just hand me your cuff keys, so that way I can take care of it once we get there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll toss my keys to you.
Cool.
And I slide them again into my left pocket. And I go, and get Holden to get people away from the front entrance. Get Percival to scramble the Esper cams in this building. He wanted this quiet, I'm guessing, right?
You're right that he did. I'll get on it. And then I would relay that information, probably through my KIA, to both of them.
Okay. Cool. So you go ahead and you get Olsen, you get her to the pads on the roof.
I take her directly to my spinner.
Yep. Yeah, you right into the spinner, lift off, and start pointing eastward toward the Kipple Wastes. And as the spinner purges up into the sky and starts flying in that direction, she asks, "Okay, so what do you want to know first?"
How many?
About a dozen, after all of our losses. As far as I know, at least. Could be more. Could be we've lost a few more. I know S mentioned he had found a couple of new recruits.
And I take one hand, does S carry something like this? And I pull the grenade out from my jacket. Is he crazy enough to carry something like this?
And she grins at that and she says, "Oh, absolutely. He's insane."
What's S's actual name?
Goes by the name Sandor.
How do you spell that?
Sandor.
Thank you.
And I'm pulling my notes up. Yeah, Sandor Stratton.
Do you happen to have his replicant identification number?
No. Not that it would do you any good anyway. He's an innate like me.
That's true. Force of habit to ask, I guess. Were you guys planning on trying to not hurt people on stealing the shuttle?
I mean, no one was supposed to get hurt. But things happen. We go prepared.
So expect people there to be armed.
I would say expect it. At least S. He'll definitely be armed. The neophytes, I don't know if any of them have wielded anything outside of a pocket knife, but S, I'd prepare for the worst. It's a ruthless man.
What are the memories that you have?
Memories I have. Are we talking the real ones or the ones that Wallace plugged into my brain?
Whichever ones you want to talk about.
There was a pleasant memory. Seeing the whole world. Blue-green marble. Probably taken from some colonist high above the fucking earth. And I thought, what a beautiful thing. Even if this world is gray and brown now, not blue and vibrant. All I ever wanted was to see it from that perspective, with my own eyes.
And it's at this point when she says blue, like, is there a certain level that the skimmers can go to like show like clear sky that's above the smog and whatnot?
Not really. I mean, not
okay.
to a meaningful degree. The spinners they're not pressurized either, so you have to keep them relatively low.
Okay.
Yeah.
And about how many more minutes do we have till we get to the edge of the wastes?
10 at most. Spinners move pretty fast, and the wastes aren't terribly far beyond the edge of the eastern sectors of downtown. So like sector 2, it's like over on this eastern edge. Like you can actually see it if you look at the little cutout over here. The kipple starts right here, so just a short distance off of what would be the eastern edge of the wider map that you're looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's fair. You shared stuff about me, I can share stuff about myself to you. Memory I have a year ago was when I was off-world. Colonel Wade Marston. That field went from being blue and white to being a big red mess. The replicants that were there, I don't know what series they were. They would throw each other in front of bullets. They would jump on grenades. They would pass up their rations to others to make sure that they eat, and I would see them being carried away the next day. Clearly, the compassion that us humans have is gone to that of the newest models and each other. And I do feel deep, regrettable shame for not saving at least one of my fellow soldiers out on that field.
And she looks at you in your rearview mirror. And the look in her eyes is one of regretful understanding of the sort of thing you're talking about. She says, in a different place, different time, you and I might have been friends. And with that, she remains pretty much silent the remaining few minutes of the flight as you see the dusty wastes of the kipple roll out before you. And you begin to set your spinner down, the dust billowing up off of the desert floor. And as you open your door to get out and let her out, what do you do?
I pull her gently out of the seat to not reopen my wound. I pull the key for the cuffs out of my pocket. I undo them. I will give you 10 paces. If I can see you in 10 paces, I will take a shot.
She glances out eastward towards the furthering wastes, looks back at you, and she says, that's 10 more than your partner would have given me. And she says one last thing. S is, like I said, a ruthless man. He's been employed by Wallace for quite some time. I don't know that they're aware, but if they find out, hell's going to come knocking for you and your friend. Probably your whole department, but you two in particular. You will die, and nothing's going to stop that. That's not a threat. This is a warning. Have I earned a few more paces?
No. Because I knew for a fact that when we were dealing with someone that was willing to kill off one of their own brothers or sisters, there was no guarantee of that person being sane. You people are not things. You are people. As different you may be on the inside, you are people. I don't expect S to let a meatbag like me live. Or Wallace for that matter. But there are a lot of times I look at my life as it is and I think I'd be better off being dead.
The one thing I do want to make you aware of, Robert, out of character, is Wallace isn't a person. They are the big-ass corporation that creates the Nexus series. They are huge. They are dangerous. So what she's warning you about is this guy has been part of a giant corporation security detail for some time. Just so you know the weight of what she's sharing with you.
No, I do get that, and it's okay. And I'm personifying Wallace as that large overbearing entity that would choke me to death.
Fair. Yeah, just wanted you to be aware, just in case I was misunderstanding. Okay. So she looks at you and says, fair enough. Like I said, 10 more paces than your partner would have given me. And with that, she starts taking off in like a lunging sprint eastward. And I am going to have her roll mobility here to see if she is able to. Nope. So she takes several lunging steps out towards some rocky outcroppings that you see not too far away. By the 10th step, she's not reached them yet, though she will in just a few moments. Go ahead and take your shot.
And as an FYI, this is in fact, like, for those 10 paces, it was a careful aim of...
Oh, yeah.
Head centered.
I heard it. Yep. And you fire one round, carefully aimed, with the military precision you've so well honed. And her head pops open like a melon. And Ivana, is no more.
I reholster my gun. I get into my speeder spinner. And once I'm about 5 minutes away from LAPD, Ivana Meyer has been retired. Her body is on the edge of the wastes, if it needs to ever be retrieved. Single wound to the head, pronounced fatal.
Thumbs up emoji.
This is directly to Holden,
Yep.
and I pass
Oh,
off
okay.
just the, and I pass off the information of, at least, and to Fenna I go, at least I had the guts to do it this time.
Or the guts to not.
And so, with that, Holden simply replies to you, "Good work. Now let's solve this thing." So you land back at HQ. By now, night is falling. Or rather, night has fallen by the time you get back. Considering this is going to take...
This is shift 3, right?
We are entering... we're entering shift 4, actually. Shift 3 would have been occupied by this flight out to the Kipple and the bargaining. So we are entering...
Okay, I'll just say that I rested for that shift then.
Yes, I would be willing to give that to you. As part of your downtime, what would you like to do for that, Fenna?
Oh. What do I get to do for downtime?
So, let me see here, because I believe... Do I not have that on here? I do not. Give me a moment, because I've got a grid that we can use for exactly that. Let's give me 5 seconds. We want...
I'm starting to legitimately feel bad for my choice.
Yeah, now you know how I felt last time.
Yeah, no,
I
that's...
do have to admit, there is a very, very weird sense of like fun from doing something wholeheartedly as a character that you as a person would never do.
It's true.
I legitimately I almost legitimately made myself start crying. That would have... Oh,
Yeah,
that would
no,
be sad.
Yeah,
it's
I get it.
Yeah, so let me find shifts. Here we go. Let's see. So I'm trying to find where downtime is in the book here. And I apologize, viewers, for not having this, because this is always a little challenging. Rounds of initiative actions and moves, stress and resolve. Downtime recovery. There we go. Found it. Okay. So when you... So there are 2 ways to pull yourself together: being broken by stress, but no, I want downtime recovery. And then, is there a downtime? Let's see. For more on playing downtime, see chapter 9. You recover health and resolve in the same shift. Stimulants can speed up your recovery. Okay. So, Fenna, during that downtime, you could go home. Let me find one last thing here about this in the appropriate chapter. But ultimately, Russian humanity, downtime, here we go. Downtime events. All right. So let me pull your character sheet in front of me here. So you could go home and rest and play with your little animoid cat. that is your signature item. Doing anything with your signature item once per case can recover a point of resolve without the need to spend the whole shift on it necessarily. You could and I believe there's another thing where I need to again look at this, but I believe that there is a way by which you can also recover resolve this way. So for playing downtime, page, let me see, page 186. Let me pull that up. I apologize, guys, for being a little unprepared for this. This is the one part that I was not fully aware of.
You are just fine.
Let me see. So the main issue here is that it doesn't really tell me. Let me see. Stress. So broken by stress. Pulling yourself together. If you're broken by stress, no one's around to help you. You recover one after shift is passed. Assuming nothing blocks your recovery. You recover one lost point of resolve in a shift of downtime. Humans and replicants alike. Downtime means spending a shift, resting at your home, hitting a club, getting drunk, or whatever you need you to rest, clear your head, reset your system. Yeah. So basically, if you go home and you play with your cat, and just rest for the shift, you could regain 2 points of resolve. That's kind of the way that would work. You'd be playing with the cat.
That kind of sounds like the thing she would do.
Yep. And so you get back to your home, and I'm just gonna tick the resolve up here for you. And as you're sitting there, kind of relaxing, playing with the Animoid cat, you think back to a party from just a few weeks ago. And you remember this perfectly attractive man who you are not used to being attracted to people. You're used to attracting them. That is your lot in life as a replicant doxy. And this one man was able to command your attention so fully. And it's not so much the man, but the emotion of desire and the want to find it again. And you feel your stress kind of melt away as your mind wanders there. And that kind of empty pleasure of letting your mind wander is only interrupted when what feels like only a few short hours later, you're kind of woken from that almost trance-like state by the ring of your vid phone. and the announcement by Bacher that M is dead.
Eight.
Yep. And so, do you then just go back to HQ?
Yep, right back to work. Don't have time to think about boys.
Yeah, exactly. So, you get back to work. The two of you meet up. Now, Bacher, it is at this point I do want to mention to you that it has been 3 shifts
Oh, yeah.
since you last
no.
rested.
Yeah, no, Bacher is gonna pass off the information that she got about Sandra Stratton, the possibly 12 plus people, and that S is going to be armed and going to be extremely dangerous.
All right.
And then I legitimately fall asleep in my office at the HQ.
Fair. Do you visit the medical center at all to kind of have more enhanced like healing stimulants pumped into you before passing out?
Yeah.
All right.
They help knock me out faster.
Yeah, fair enough. Let me just check one thing here real quick. Because that... I just need to make sure this won't cost you anything, but I don't think it does. There we go. So yeah, so you could use a med checker kiosk. That would be down in the bay there. That costs you a Chinyen point off of your sheet, which is like currency in this game. So you would deduct one of your Chinyen points by right-clicking that field in your inventory tab.
Yep, just did that.
Yep. But it allows you to restore 1 additional point of health and resolve, which resting for the next shift also restores a point of health and resolve as well. So you pass out, falling asleep for the remainder of the night. And Fenna, now that you've had a relaxing time for a shift, what do you want to do during this shift? If not anything until Bacher's back in action, you can indeed just rest again and just spend another, get the report, get the updated information, and then spend more time resting if you feel you need it. Otherwise, I will let you decide what it is you want to do during day 2 night.
The only lead I feel like we haven't followed up on is in the note that they found on L, were a set of coordinates to a warehouse in Sector 12.
Correct.
I don't believe we've gone there.
Nope.
I don't want to let it sit, but I also don't know if going by myself is a good idea, unless Percival is interesting.
Well, so Percival's been reassigned. So, because that's the
Percival's
thing.
been reassigned?
Yeah, did you not hear that Fox had to go?
I don't think I was here for that. No. Okay.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Makes sense.
It's been you two for a bit now. Yeah. He had to go.
I just thought he just hadn't had to talk.
No. He had to go because he's going on vacation.
He's
out of the
flying to
country.
fucking Czechoslovakia, Norway or something.
There goes the Norway.
God damn it, you can't do that right after I take a sip. Oh my god. I'm gonna choke.
Okay, I didn't realize it was just the two of us.
Yep. So you're down to
the-
just you two.
And this is Tuesday night, right? Or is this Wednesday night?
So you guys found out about it the night before. So that would have been, this is Wednesday night. So Thursday.
So they leave tomorrow.
Yep. Tomorrow night.
I don't think I can
specifically.
wait.
Yep.
I don't think I can wait. Yeah, so after resting, it would kind of dawn on me, oh fuck, they leave tomorrow. And so the warehouse is the only lead we haven't followed up on. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Very cool.
I'm gonna send a message to Wilson that I'm heading there. So it's like knowledge. So like, if I fucking die and I don't come back in the morning, you know where to come look for me.
Yep. So you fire your spinner up and head southwest toward the warehouse district. And so you find yourself landing, and those coordinates point you toward one of the major cargo movement cranes that exist within the district, namely Container Crane 141. So you land right nearby this thing. And even though it is night, there is still a bit of activity around the warehouse district, with various goods getting moved off of the dry docks into the area. So you look around here, and at the base of the crane here, you can see there is a handful of warehouses along with several stacked cargo containers. How would you like to handle this?
So there's I'm sorry, you said there's a warehouse with several stacked cargo containers?
Yeah, so just under the crane, there's several stacked cargo
Under the crane.
containers sitting outside, and then there are two warehouses that are pretty equidistant adjacent to this crane.
Okay, and Crane 141, is it in operation right now?
It does not appear to be now.
Okay. So I'm gonna check the exposed crates first, knowing that we found the Nexus 8 parts in a similar cargo container. So I want to check those first.
Fair. Okay. So you look at them, and the first thing you do notice is that these are the crates that were described by Willem because of their markings. You immediately recognize that the shipping company is the one from Malaysia.
Wait, that these are the same kind, or like these are the very ones that were on the Dahlia Rose?
These are, at the very least, several of those crates that were potentially part of that group, because it got shared at the beginning. Several of the crates had already been moved off before anyone found Lily and the police came in. So these
Okay, so
bear the
on
same
that,
shipping marks as those taken off of the Dahlia Rose.
okay, with that, I'm going to call for just like beat cops back up. Not that it's a hostile situation, but we need to make sure these don't go anywhere.
Okay.
So I would radio it, and I'm not necessarily going to wait for them to show up, but just that I know somebody is coming to secure this, because I obviously can't do it by myself.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so you call into base, and dispatch says, Roger, we'll send you a couple of spinners worth of beat cops. They'll be arriving on your location in about 5 minutes.
Cool. So if anybody's gonna kill me, they got 5 minutes to do it. I don't say that, but I think it.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I want to go ahead and start opening up the crates.
So you don't need to go through much effort. A couple of them actually are already open. and they lie empty.
Oh, okay. Is there any, like, I know this is a stretch, but like any footprints or like forklift tracks or anything that show me where the cargo could have been offloaded from or like offloaded to? I'm gonna go check one of the two warehouses, but I'm wondering if it points in one direction or another.
Observation, please.
Okie dokie. Let's go.
Yeah, so it's very faint, but you do see a set of tire tracks that you imagine could have belonged to some sort of small-scale transport vehicle heading toward the warehouse that would be to your northeast. So the one that's to your right as you're kind of looking at the crane.
Okay, so I would radio that into dispatch that would be like, be advised, the contents were empty, proceeding to northeast warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Roger.
And then I'll ask again, what's the ETA on those beat cops?
En route to you should only be another minute or two.
It's only another minute, and I don't know what I'm gonna find. I might as well wait.
Okay.
So I'll wait the crisp 60 seconds.
Yeah, so it does only take another minute or two before you hear the AV jets from the spinners that they've taken. They land and they pile out, and you've got 4 beat cops surrounding you as they all kind of come out with, standard kind of dress, standard weaponry. They've got the same kind of blaster you do, and they all stand there waiting to be told what you want them to do. They just say, ma'am.
Yeah, so I just be like, follow me, we're checking out that warehouse, and I set off.
All right. And yeah, and then they grab for their guns just to be at the ready, and
yeah, I'll do the same.
Yep, and they all follow in behind you. And so you walk up to the warehouse. There's a person-sized door. Obviously, you can imagine there are larger kind of sliding doors that would open up to allow the crane access to the inside of the building to move stuff. Those are closed. But there is a smaller person-sized door off to the left of that, which is ever so slightly ajar. And around that side of the building that is on, you can see a truck parked there that shows essentially signs of having just kind of recently been unloaded. The kind of the tailgate of that is down still. So either it was abandoned like that, or someone probably just got done unloading it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we gotta check out this warehouse then. I don't want to go about this. I feel really bad that I didn't wait for Olsen now. I don't want to do a bunch of fun stuff while you're sleeping.
It's fine. I'm also probably nursing a hangover.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Okay. So and so I'm presuming there's an entrance by where the truck is, like a vehicle entrance. Is there also, and you said there was a person-sized door. Does that mean there's 2 entrances?
No, so this truck is just like a small, like, pickup truck styled vehicle. There's one door, which is the person-sized one. We're saying the truck is on the left side of the warehouse. So, like, on the outside of the building, left side of the warehouse, along that left side there, whereas the person-sized door is on the left side of that, basically what you would view as like the front face of this building that's facing toward that cargo crane. So if you imagine if you imagine the warehouse, front left is where this door is. Around that left side that door is adjacent to, that's where the truck is parked.
Okay.
And like the shadows on that side, which is why you didn't see it from the where you were standing originally.
Okay. So then, if there's only one door, we gotta go in that door.
All right. So you all walk through the door. Inside, it is dark, as you might imagine. And you all look around. Go ahead and roll me observation.
Youch. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind. That's good.
Yeah.
That was almost bad.
Yeah.
It's almost bad.
So you look around for any sign of these replicants. And one of the cops does find a light and taps you on the shoulder and points at it so as to be silent. And like gives you this inquisitive look of like, do we turn the light on?
Do I see anything in the dark with my observation?
Yeah, so with that observation, you don't see any inherent evidence of other replicants in the building. But again, it is very dark, so it's pretty hard to judge that from where you're standing. You, at the very least, don't see any waiting to ambush you in any obvious places that you can see easily.
Okay. So then I would motion to that cop to turn the lights on.
Yep. So, and with the typical sound of the voltage hitting the lights, you hear the sound that as a row of lights ignites with each pulse. And before long, you see in front of you here a relatively empty space. There are a couple things that catch your eye. None of them are replicants, but you see scattered around this warehouse are several crates bearing the Wallace Corporation logo. And near the back, you see several terminals, along with one, very notably, you see one spherical looking machine that someone could sit in. And on the outside of that, you see the Orbital Air logo and come to the conclusion that this is probably some kind of flight simulator. I figure you're just taking notes, Maya. So
Yes, I write very slowly.
you're good.
I don't physically write very much anymore. I usually type.
No, same. I'm the same way. That's where I was like, I started writing stuff out for this, and then I was like, I can show it to the camera. I'm like, oh yeah, that would spoil everything. Let's not do that. But yeah, I started writing out like the decision web and the what they call the countdown of things happening in the background. And
I love that
yeah.
there's a countdown.
Oh
I think
yeah,
that's such a good mechanic.
it's incredible. Like you
Like
guys,
you know that if you take too long, you will miss things.
you will. Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This
Like I know
this
for
was
a
part.
fact that we missed something on this.
Yeah, this is part of the countdown. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I would motion for the beat cops to like fan out and search and secure the area first and then search it. But I'm specifically going to the orbital air.
Yep.
What I presume to be is a flight sim.
Yep. So the cops do exactly as you instruct them silently. They fan out. They start heading to each part of the bottom of this warehouse. There's a small kind of freestanding structure on the one side of the room that would serve as a sort of like command and control center for the building that lies empty. And because you could see right through this wall of glass that separates the inside of the command center from the wider section of the building that you are standing in. You walk forward toward the simulator, and as you kind of look around it, you can see very clearly that, yes, there's a spot for one pilot to sit down, and a seat would, like, it looks like the seat is just kind of sitting back on a rail that would slide them further into the simulator and allow them to practice. And yes, this does appear to be, to the best of your knowledge, some kind of flight simulator for orbital air.
Okay. So with it presumably being clear, I'm gonna radio into dispatch that we need like crime scene here, everything in this, like the crates, and then everything in this warehouse obviously needs to be secured and documented. But I specifically want to go see what's up with those Wallace crates.
Yep. So inside the Wallace crates, you see a series of precision-made replicant parts, which stand in contrast to the jumbled mess that Willem found coming in from the Philippines. This is like the stuff that you would get off of a Wallace production line. And there's not too many of these boxes here. There's maybe half a dozen or so decent-sized crates, but all of them bear the Wallace logo. And you know, Fenna, that if they get involved in this, there's going to probably be hell to pay.
For us, I'm assuming.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I want to look through the crates and see if there's any like manifests in here. My first assumption is I want to find out if these were stolen or if they were provided. So like
okay.
if there's a shipping manifest for something that's obviously not this, like, oh yeah, this was bought by fucking John Blade Runner in Detroit, then I would know that it's not supposed to be here.
Sure. So you dig around the crates, and to your ability to search these crates, no shipping manifest is produced. These appear to just be crates. And mind you, a few of these crates are empty, but given the shape and the internal packaging that is there, the handful that are there with parts appear to be, these empties appear to have just carried similar parts of all shapes and sizes.
Okay. If a shipment of genuine Wallace, like precision grade replicant parts was stolen, would they have informed the LAPD of it? Like, would there be a case file, or like a theft report I could try and find?
Potentially. Depends on if they ever were reported stolen.
Okay. I imagine that's something I'll have to ask the AI to do. So I'll do it that, and then I know it's probably going to take a shift for the results.
Yeah. Yep. So the
yeah, but I'll task the AI for that.
Yeah, the DG will start combing through records for sure.
And then I am going to call Holden specifically.
Okay.
I don't give a shit if I'm waking him up again.
Yeah, and he does wake up with that same. What is it?
Wallace.
Okay, you're going to need to be a little more specific. What about them?
So I'll step out of earshot of the beat cops and be like,
Mhm.
S sent a letter to L that we found on his corpse with specific coordinates to a warehouse in Sector 12, saying they needed to move up their timetable. I've raided the warehouse. We have it secure. There is an orbital air flight sim, what looks like a makeshift command and control center inside this warehouse, and then several Wallace branded crates of genuine precision grade replicant parts. Some of the crates are full, some of them are not. No manifests can be found. I've already tasked the AI to search for any theft reports to see if these parts were stolen, or, and then I say this extra quietly, if they weren't stolen.
And Holden, very quickly, you hear that tired edge in his voice, or the droop, I should say, in his voice drop. He says, "You will stop looking into this right away if Wallace is involved."
We don't know if they're involved. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Even
Because what if these were just stolen parts? Wouldn't they want to know?
if it got out that a bunch of, potentially, I would assume, Nexus 9 parts suddenly went missing under their noses, who do you think catches the flack for that? Who's the hammer come down on?
Charlie, I don't know enough about the lore to know who the hammer would come down on.
So Wallace is very powerful to the point that like multinational government agencies don't touch them with a 10-foot pole, even if they've done something wrong. If you even accuse Wallace of something happening, it is within the force grounds for reprimanding. Like it is, you don't question Wallace. They are immune to questioning. They are guiltless, even if you have proof of their guilt. Like that is the kind of powerful corporation we're talking about here. They're faultless.
Oh,
They are the invincible entity that rules over all of us.
They are the thing that made you. They are quite literally your maker.
So the consensus is, I guess the vibe I'd be getting is if these parts were stolen, no, they weren't.
If these parts were stolen, no, they weren't. And if they weren't stolen, they absolutely were not found here.
And I just brought and I brought 4 regular ass cops. God damn it.
Every officer in the LAPD pretty much knows who greases their palms.
Okay, so I don't really have to worry about them leaking it.
No, I would not say that. You'd have to worry about them saying a fucking thing. Because if they did, they would get it worse than you. You're a Blade Runner, so you at least have that to fall back on. They have nothing of the sort.
That's fair. Okay. So then I would just straight up say to Holden, like, after this, like, we don't have leads. Like, this is it. We don't know who S is. We don't know where he is. All we know is that they're going to try and steal a orbital air flight from LAX later today. That's it. That's all we know. I have nowhere else to go except to wait at LAX.
And Holden sighs deeply and just, well, from this point, everything is off the record. Until
I understand.
Until you have this asshole in custody or retired, this doesn't go anywhere. And even if some other asshole finds this into the front page of Kill tomorrow, Your ass is on the line, Fenna. Do you understand?
I have been born a year ago, but I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, I understand you.
Good. I'm going back to sleep. Good luck. And he...
Sweet dreams.
Oh, yeah.
I am going to elect not to take pictures of these Wallace crates and upload them to the database.
Yep. One of the cops says, "Ma'am, we found something."
All right, yeah, I head over. What did they find?
They found a ladder leading down through a makeshift trapdoor from the base of that command center structure on the wall of the warehouse deeper into the ground, with a tunnel leading off into God knows where, because no one has gone down there yet.
How far away is this warehouse from LAX?
Well, if you look at the map here in front of us, warehouse district, LAX.
I'm autistic and there's no scale. I don't know how far that is.
Yeah, that's totally fair. So this is like an overall view of like LA in general. So we're talking like, let me take a quick gauge of this.
Far enough away that you couldn't tunnel to LAX.
Well, far enough.
I guess that's my question.
Far enough that you may not be able to tunnel all the way to LAX itself, but probably close enough that if you found a creative use for like vehicles underground, say like the subway, you might be able to get there.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell
Yeah, go ahead.
the cops to just keep an eye out, and I'm gonna go down by myself.
Okay. So you head down, and similar as to how I described it for Olsen and Percival, you find yourself in a dimly orange lit tunnel with makeshift construction bulbs strung along the wall. And as you walk down the tunnel, unlike with them, where they heard the sound of water and vent fans, you hear the sound of rushing wind.
Rushing wind?
Rushing wind, but it's rhythmic. It's like you can hear that Doppler shift, something getting close and then flying away. And as you kind of push down the tunnel, you recognize what you're hearing. On the other end of this tunnel, similar to the one that the other two explored just the night before, this opens out into a longer tunnel, but this is a maintenance tunnel for the subway that they have tunneled into. So they have tunneled just beyond where you could see, probably just a short distance further down the track, there is a small landing where a maintenance tech or an evacuation could be taken, or cargo loaded, as you recognize that, you know, this is the warehouse district and trains are used to ship things around the city from here, because it is far easier to do that than to load them onto cargo blimps and things like that.
So this is it's not an abandoned subway, it's just the working subway?
It's a working subway.
Ooh, so it'll be hard to track them if they get into the subway then. It's probably impossible.
Probably. You do know where they eventually need to get the things, though, and that's LAX.
This all sounds... Yeah, fuck me. This is something I want my partner for, but my partner is sleeping.
Yep. So what are you gonna do?
And fuck me, because I know that we are on a tight timetable, because that truck was recently emptied.
Yep.
Like, I might not be far behind them. Sorry, Robert. I gotta go. I have to go. I can't let this wait. But I will shoot a text over to Wilson and say, I'll tell her to get to LAX as soon as she wakes up.
Yep. There. All right. So
And so that way I have a time of reference,
Mhm.
or reference of time. How many hours has this been for me sleeping?
So around the time this text comes out, it's about 2 a.m. So we're a fair good chunk of the way through the night shift here by the time you receive this. So Fenna, you walk out into the very narrow causeway along the edge of the subway tunnel and get to this landing next to that loading door before another subway train rattles across the tracks and the rush of wind comes flying with it. And you just feel the current draft over you as this thing passes by the cargo shelf that is at the base of this door. This one does not stop. It just keeps going.
Okay. So I'm at a landing, you said.
Yep.
It's like an emergency access, maintenance access?
That is more or less what it looks like, yes. But you
Okay.
theorize it could probably be used for loading cargo in a pinch as well, given the fact that you're in the warehouse district and all around you are warehouses. This would likely have to be in the bottom of one of them.
What I want to know now is, are they carrying this by hand? Or did they load it onto a cargo train? Is there anywhere else for me to go on foot, or is it just to this platform to get on a train?
That's as far as you could walk safely. You obviously
Without walking
could
on the tracks?
Well, not necessarily onto the tracks, but to walk deeper into the tunnel, you would be walking on some very tenuous, not meant to be walked on concrete, essentially.
Okay, well, I don't... with how fast my spinner is, I'm wondering if I could reasonably get out and fly to LAX and beat them to whatever subway terminal they're trying to get to.
You could get back up and get your spinner. And you could try to fly to LAX. You know, a couple of issues with this are that, one, you land near LAX, you're gonna have to go into LAX and deal with the getting through things. And by the time you get there, it's probably gonna be morning. Not that that's a huge issue, because again, their flight that they're planning on stealing doesn't even come due until the evening. So you do have some time before this becomes critical. And so you do, at the very least, know that you could spend this time preparing and wait for your partner to come back to reconvene with you before tackling this, if that sounds like a sounder course of action.
I don't think I'm going to get very far in this tunnel. It doesn't matter what they're doing. Me walking through the subway tunnels is not going to be fast enough to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I will send an update to Holden, assuming he doesn't want to be called again, because I guess he needs his beauty sleep.
Sleep, who does
But-
that? Not me. Certainly not me.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not me. The broad with narcolepsy.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely not you at all. Not I, says Dice. Yeah, Dice, I know. Your sleep schedule is ass.
so I'm gonna send him an update.
Oh no. So Ma, you're not the only bitch with narcolepsy here, so is Dice. Oh no.
Damn, I get it. So I guess the update I'm gonna send him is that they're moving the cargo, and I'm not gonna specify which, but he knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
He knows what the fuck you're talking about, yeah.
Via subway, presumably to LAX. I went down into the tunnels. I went as far as I could on foot. I don't know whether or not I should. I mean, I've rested, so even if it takes me, if it'll be morning by the time I get through everything to LAX, I mean, I don't have to sleep because I've already rested. So, I mean, it's gonna be morning by the time that happens anyway.
Yeah. And you definitely know that if you give it that time, your partner will be awake and you can tackle this together.
Yeah, so let's do that. I'll tell him I'm on my way to LAX. Going to try to intercept them either at the subway or head to orbital air and inform them of the situation, assuming they don't know already.
Yep. So you head back to your spinner then, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you get your spinner, you lift off and head back to the police HQ to meet up with Wilson, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I was gonna go straight to LAX.
Oh, you were going to go straight to LAX. Okay.
Yes.
So you get to LAX. And are we waiting at all to walk into the building? Or your partner to get there as the sun is beginning to rise, the sky is beginning to turn that pre-dawn gray?
Is Owelson up and on her way at this point?
So Wilson would just be waking up around this point. So
I would
Yep.
I would be very much waking up going,
what was
this
that?
hurts.
Oh, there we go. I was like,
Yeah, just like instead of yawning, it's just ow.
ow, pain. Yeah, no. So you wake up and you're reminded why you don't take bullets anymore, or at least try to avoid it. And you wake up to several messages waiting for you on your KIA from Fenna, who has been diligently working and investigating through the night down at the warehouse district. And the last thing she
Burly
sent,
little bitch. God damn it.
and the last thing she sent you is, "I'm going to LAX. Meet me there." And
Oh fuck! Did she not read? Because I did make a mention that before I fell asleep, I put all of the information that I had about S and the crazy and the 12 plus people and all of the weaponry and stuff into the case notes. Or-
Yes, I was acting with, like, I was presuming that I had that knowledge. I'm still going to LAX immediately.
Okay. Okay. Olsen is panicking like, God damn it, she's gonna get herself blown up. Ugh. All right.
so do you just go to your spinner then ASAP and fly out to her?
You better fucking believe it.
Yep. So you're going over
mean,
to
I was-
LAX.
I was legitimately born to die in this job, so
Mm-hmm. So you land, Wilson, and Fenna, you see her get out of the spinner and you're like chomping at the bit, like you're like, we've got to go, we got to go, we've got to go, we've got
I'm
to
like,
go.
gotta go. I was
Yeah.
like, I would have fucking walked here if I could have. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And so as the two of you get together, what preparations are we taking as far as planning or any strategizing ahead of walking?
Still like
Alright.
before any good mornings, before anything, I look at her and I say, do we hit the subway or the orbital air first? Like, where do we go first?
First, what we do, because as far as our suspect knows, they probably know that loose ends have been tied. Not because of them, but because of us.
They know we're coming. We've killed almost everybody.
Which means big, scary entity knows that we exist. Referring to Wallace.
And
Mm-hmm.
Fenna, it's around this time that you get a call on your KIA from one of the beat cops you left at the warehouse.
Uh-huh.
And they say, ma'am, we've apprehended a couple of the insurgents. They came back. No sign of their leader, but, well, we've got them in cuffs, ready to be shipped back to HQ. So, wanted to give you that update.
They came back? Jesus. Okay.
Okay, this changes my thought process.
Yeah.
Because what I was going to say, Fenna, is if you couldn't find them on your squirreling around last night, then we would use their destination to potentially set up a trap to catch them, where the plane that they want to board is empty, it does not have fuel, and then we can grab them all in one go using fish in a barrel method.
I was thinking we try and catch them at the subway station, but they had enough time to get there and get back already. So I think that option is out.
And
I don't think that'll work.
No, it won't, because S probably is aware of us trying to corner him and sent a handful of people that he didn't deem worthy to be on the shuttle out as scapegoats.
That's a good point. I was wondering if we should interrogate them, but I think you're right, which means he wouldn't have sent anybody with any actionable intel back.
But here's the thing. Those are most likely all N8s of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
Tell those officers to call for pickup for those 4. And then you and I are going to go to orbital air to see if we can find anything before we call Holden and we set up a layered perimeter to try and catch S, because this man is going to be very armed and very dangerous.
And just to clarify, I wrote down in my notes that S was hired by Wallace. That was something that M revealed to us, right? That he was hired.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He has been employed as part of their corporate security for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And that's something that I would leave. Knowing how the system works, I would have left that out of the record, and I would have sent that to Fenna directly.
Okay. That is a good thing to leave out of the record. I also, I just lost service when I was trying to report those Wallace crates. You know how these KIAs are.
I know.
So, and I would whisper this to you, we have to contend with the fact that this might be a Wallace operation.
No, I get it. But the way that we can play this off, because S is crazy, S is faulty, S is a danger to society, and he's also a danger to the other of the replicants that he leaves with. Last case scenario, we have the flight number. As soon as those engine turbines get up over the seawall, we have a bomb planted for that thing to go off, taking him down with the plane. And
Here's
anyone else
my
on it.
question, though. If he's actively hired by Wallace, there's no way they don't know he's a replicant.
Mm-hmm.
Which would make me think he might be a Nexus 9, not an 8.
And at that point, yeah, that's not something that I thought of.
Because, like, all Nexus 8s get retired. I mean, sure, Wallace is exempt to that, but they don't want the Nexus 8s running around either. If he was... Here's what I'm thinking. If he was a rogue Nexus 8, Wallace would have had him killed already. But if he's a sanctioned Nexus 9, they wouldn't do anything. And it would explain a lot.
Or maybe Wallace knows S is a Section 8, and they used him to gather up a whole bunch of them for us to retire them all at once. And this could possibly be the end of Wallace's contract.
Long game. It's hard to rule out with Wallace. It's a good point. I think the crux of the issue is I'm ready to die for this job because I was manufactured to die for this job. I can't ask the same of you.
No, I get that. But I, as a human being, I have sins to pay for.
All right.
And protecting as many lives as possible from a psychopath like S is probably a good start.
All right. What's our first step then? Orbital air?
But yes, on the way there, one of us should contact Holden and have him reach out to the head of LAX security, inform them of the situation that we are aware of, and to empty the flight that S wants to steal. And
we have the flight number of the one that they're trying to take.
I thought we did, because it was referenced the flight time that they were wanting to steal a shuttle. Not an exact flight number, but a time reference. So we just look at all the flights on that time slot and see.
Even the busiest airports, IRL, which are probably a lot busier than any spaceport would be, don't have multiple flights leaving at the exact same minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at that point, we find the flight closest to that time slot. We cancel all those tickets. And we have... Yeah, last ditch scenario, we have the bomb squad plant enough bombs to take that plane out of the sky.
Have it
With
crash
Wallace
into the ocean.
with S on it, and however many other replicants he gets on there.
I think that's a good plan. Or at least the best plan we can come up with, given that we have to do it by tonight.
Mm-hmm. It is a panic situation. Holden's not going to like it. LAX is definitely not going to like it. And obviously it's going to draw a lot of things. It's going to draw a lot of eyeballs. So it's probably going to get S wary of what's going on, so he could probably turn it into a last stand situation where we have to put him down anyway. But yes, let's go to orbital air, see what's up with that, and then we have to spend less than 15 minutes there. Once we're done with that, then we come back to LAX and we set up a game plan with the head of security.
Okay. So you're going inside to orbital air?
Yes.
Okay. So you both walk in through the doors of LAX and find the nearest orbital air desk to consult with whatever employee they have positioned there. And as you walk up, you see a well-manicured man standing there behind a small terminal. And he glances up as you both approach and says, "Welcome to LAX. How may I assist you today?"
And then I'm just going to flash my RDU badge and say, "Take me to the highest level person you have in this airport or in this spaceport."
And his customer service demeanor pretty much crumbles right then and there as he sees the badge come out. And he says, "Very well, I will." And he grabs a radio and he says,
And when he grabs the radio before he hits the talk button, I flash my badge out of my shirt and I go, "No radios.
Good
Just
point.
take us to the office." And I'm also going to roll an observation roll to see if I can see his name tag.
Yeah, this is a man by the name of Michael.
Okay, then if I can see his name is Michael, this is to see if the name tag has been tampered with, like a sticker replacement or something.
Ooh, I like how you think. Yeah, go ahead and roll me observation.
Nope.
Are you pushing?
I think it's a good idea.
Yep, let's go for it.
Whoa, come on. Yeah. Let's fucking go.
So you look at this tag very closely to make sure this isn't some replicant you're talking to, or at least not one that you're chasing in this moment, right? And it does not appear to be tampered with. This seems to be the authentic article. And Michael simply looks at you and says, "I need to know I need to let my relief know that I need to escort you somewhere so they can deal with the other customers."
I promise you, whatever happens at this front desk is significantly less important than what will happen if you use that radio.
And he kind of just
This
sighs.
is a lawful order you are required to comply with. Do not use that radio.
Okay. And so he simply sets the radio down and says, "Follow me." And he begins walking away from the desk down the terminal a short ways here.
And I swipe the radio when he sets it on the desk. "You'll get this back once we're done."
The radio is
Think
affixed.
ahead.
It is affixed to the terminal. It's just in
Oh,
We're
I
gonna
thought it
drag
was like
the
a-
goddamn desk with us.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a walkie-talkie thing.
No. Yeah, no, this is a stationary radio set. So, he sets it down where it belongs and then, leads you down the terminal. And you get a short distance before he makes a right and leads you back through a door marked employees only. And starts leading you through the back halls of the terminal. Toward a more administrative part of the building, eventually taking you to essentially the offices for Orbital Air within the airport. And he simply says, "Please wait here. I'll go ahead and get our supervisors so they can discuss with you whatever it is you need to discuss." And he leaves you both.
Are the doors just like normal handle open doors, or are they like a key card opener?
So these are secured with with a lock. So he taps
Okay.
he taps code into a keypad, and the doors open up for him. And then shortly after, he walks through, close immediately behind him. Yep. So you are both left in like a lobby, essentially like a waiting room. And when the door opens again, two men in suits come to greet you. And they simply ask, "You the Blade Runners?"
Were you expecting us? Oh, wait, no, because never mind. I'm sorry, I got confused.
Yeah. No, you're good.
That was me, Maya, getting confused.
No, you're good.
So I would be like, what do you like? We need all the information you have on this flight, but instead of this flight, I would say the flight that leaves at whatever time it was.
And one of them nods and looks at the other one and says, "I'm sorry, but information about that flight is on a need-to-know basis, and you've reached
Congratulations, we need to know."
You've reached the point where, unfortunately, I'm sorry, you do not need to know anymore." And both of them grab under their suit coats and sling forward automatic guns.
Jesus Christ, what have we gotten ourselves into?
And it's at this point that you notice on the inner pocket of each man's suit is a small W for the Wallace Corporation.
Wallace.
So allow me to get these guys in here. Let's go ahead and so they've slung their guns forward. What would you both like to do?
They both each have a single gun or two guns?
A single gun each.
Well, I am going to, in response, the closest one to me, try to throw one into the other.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool. So yeah, go ahead and give me the hand-to-hand check on that.
Awalabunga.
Oh,
Let's fucking go, dude.
Really good. And that's really, really good. So yeah, you get up, Wilson, grab this guy and just throw him into his partner. They both topple over themselves, falling, their guns, clearly kind of like getting tossed. They are on slings, so they don't get thrown to the ground or anything, but they get thrown from their grip at the very least as you tackle into them.
And,
and they just they just slung their guns out, right? Had they started shooting?
They had not started shooting yet. So you tackle them to the ground there, Wilson. Fenna, I will allow you to take an action here as well, as you've seen this happen.
She threw them onto the ground. I'm going to draw my pistol and take the time to aim it.
Okay.
As my action.
Cool. So you're taking that action. So now I'm going to have everyone roll initiative. So
Hey, combat.
let me activate combat states across the board for you guys. All right. You guys are ready to roll into initiative. All right.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So with that,
Why is it like a 6.12?
because
like,
normally the way year 0 initiative works is everyone draws out of a deck at the start of each combat round. And we don't have cards to deal in digital space. So that's they use the fractional to make sure duplicates are harder to come by.
Fight.
Oh,
Okay.
So then at that point, I actually have a specialty for that. I get to draw an additional initiative card at the start of the combat, and I choose which card I want to use.
Okay, go ahead and re-roll your initiative and let's see what's going on.
All right, so I'll just roll a...
Yeah, so you're a 7 right now.
Okay, it didn't get any better.
Yep, so you would be rolling so you'd be on a 6 or a 7 rather.
Yeah, so I'll
keep
keep
the
the 7 point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roger. Okay. So one of these guys manages to get up and seeing you aiming, Fenna, is going to try and wrestle the gun from your hand. So I would like you to roll me that hand-to-hand to deflect this. And you successfully do, keeping it out of his hands. Wilson, what are we doing?
So I draw my gun, and it's not even aim. I just put it against his head, and I shout at him. Sander Stratton, 12 plus guys, potentially taking flight. Do you want casualties on your hands? Because I know they won't be on your employers.
There won't be any casualties, you moron. And I will let you decide what you want to do.
I'm gonna trust the fucking corpo.
So S is a very heavily armored person. How am I to know that he's not going to try and blow up that plane?
Because we won't fucking let him.
So he is working for Wallace.
And this is when Fennekin... I don't think in my 3 years of On the Force, Wilson has ever shaken her hand out of frustration and fear. But this is the first time that anyone gets to see it because I'm confused. So my action will be very much uncock my hammer, pull the gun away. And it'll be I stand down.
Okay, Fenna, you have your gun aimed at the guy in front of you.
Lore-wise, I would understand that if talking or accusing Wallace of something is career suicide, I would assume shooting or attacking a representative Wallace is actual suicide.
It's probably not great, but they did draw on you first.
Yeah. So would I have the time to ask or to say something quick and then still be able to shoot?
Yeah.
So I will yell, tell me about that flight or I turn your brains into fucking wallpaper. That's what I yell at them.
Yep. I'm trying to think of how they would respond. And
I'm assuming this isn't like Cyberpunk where it's like, I actually have 36 giga shits of titanium in my skull. You can't shoot me.
Yeah, no. This is not like Cyberpunk in that regard. Nope. And he just says, "I'm not telling you shit, runner."
All right, I'm gonna fucking shoot him. I gave him a choice.
So yeah,
He
go
picked
to your
shot.
Just make sure, by the way, that if you're firing, you do it through your combat tab, because that also generates a crit die if you crit.
Oh, I didn't realize
Okay,
that.
so then it's weapons and then roll item, right?
If you just click the image of your gun, it'll roll the gun.
Wait, what's the difference between Sonic Round and Sonic Blast?
Let me check your sheet.
Because I have a PKD FKM 890. Choose attack.
Yeah,
Sonic
so if
Blast.
you-
2
if you-
crushing. crit,
Yeah, so
D10.
it's damage. So if it hits and does damage, it does 2 crushing damage. The crit is a D10 die instead of a D6, because that means it can deal more lethal critical injuries, and that it can fire only up to medium range, which you guys are engaged. Like, you are like right up on these guys. So the range
Okay,
matters
and then-
less, but that's the most damaging attack that you can do.
And then I took the action to aim. I forget what that what benefit I get.
Yeah, so when you so the way it works is when you click that and then click the Sonic Blast, you're gonna have careful aim as a modifier. If you click that, it'll give you advantage on the roll.
Okay. This is handy. I like this.
Yeah, it's
All right.
very cool. All right, that is gonna deal at least 1 damage. And I remind you, Fenna, that as a replicant, you can push twice. So, would you like to push this?
Yeah. Fuck them. And then, I forget. I'm not pushing the roll that I got a success on, right? I forget how this works.
Right. You can aim for additional successes at the risk
But
of...
I'm not going to lose the 1 success I have.
No.
Okay. And yes, I will push. Oh yeah, it doesn't even let me select it. I can only push.
D6s. Right?
The D6. Oh, I can. That's weird. It has the D6s automatically selected, and I can pick the D12, but the D12 is the one I got a success on, so I don't want to push that one.
Yeah, so just push the other 2.
Nope.
Would you like to push again?
Yeah. Wait, did that hurt me?
No.
It didn't.
Because you didn't roll a 1.
Okay, but-
Ones are the only things that actually hurt you.
That's right.
Critical
there we go.
injury! Now hit that crit die little indicator there.
Ooh.
Oh, my. Oh. Oh. So you blast this guy, and you break his neck with the force of your round.
Jesus Christ.
You just cock his head back, and yeah, he will now permanently be unable to move for the rest of his life. So yeah, that guy goes down like a sack of
Fantastic.
potatoes, as you might imagine.
I'll just say, I fucking told you. But this is like the cocky kind of like, I fucking told you that Electo does. This is like, I do not want to be shooting people right now, and I told you not to make me shoot you.
Yeah, exactly. Let me combat injuries.
It's like,
I don't want new injury.
I have a D in firearms. Like, this is not what Fenna is for. She's got an A, and she's got an A in agility, so like she can do it okay, but
Yep. So yeah, you've broken the neck of this corporate killer. So they are basically unable to move. All right. So that is his turn. That literally just gets skipped over. The other one is going to attempt to avenge his friend by lining his gun up with you, Fenna. And
Jesus Christ, this is not going to be good for me.
yeah, so this is gonna be, and I just need to check how automatic fire works really quick, because this is capable of it. Let me look at this real quick. Range
But
trauma.
Jesus, this has gone so pear-shaped.
It really has.
Fire. With full auto fire, normal range attack with 3 differences. You gain advantage to your roll. You immediately gain 1 point of stress. You can distribute any additional successes you roll beyond the first 2 secondary targets within short range of the primary target.
So this just means he also gets to shoot at me.
Potentially.
No!
Definitely. Okay. So, Fenna, you are going to take the critical injury here.
What does that mean? Does that mean my neck's broken?
Well, that's 2d10. Hold on. Why is it saying 2d10? It should only be 1. I suppose it's saying 2d10 because technically we roll. Oh, yeah, that's because we roll 2 crit die and then he determines which he'd like to use. So our options here. Yeah. So this is what happens. As he sweeps up across your body and then toward Wilson, you feel your leg get snapped as one of the bullets tears right through it and your leg is broken.
Jesus.
So you will be taking, I believe it's 4 damage because it is 2 per success. So there you are. And then Wilson, you end up taking 2. You do not take a critical injury.
So you would just hear me just screaming. My girlfriend's asleep, so I'm not going to do that.
No. Totally.
I am screaming because my leg was just snapped.
Yep, it's not great for you right now. Wilson, we're back to you.
I'm a soldier.
You are a
Eliminate
soldier?
threats.
Yep.
I'm gonna plug around into this Wallace employee's head.
I'm sure you are. All right, go ahead and roll me that check.
Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna fire a big ol' 44 caliber round. Let's go.
All right, let's see it.
Oh, do you have a different gun than me? That's fucking
Oh,
sick.
Yeah, I have
that's a fucking crit. Well, because the 44 cal, if I remember right, is
A D12 crit, yeah.
oh my god, that's a piercing damage too. So it's a different chart. Roll me that crit die, please.
Just a casual 5.
5. You blast this guy in the. So you aim for the head, but he tries to jerk out of the way. So the round instead, as it discharges, hits him in the guts, dead in the stomach, and he just starts bleeding profusely from his center mass onto the floor. So yeah, that is really not great. Because
Like, kind of hit him in the liver, kind of bleeding out.
Yeah, like it's not good
Yeah,
at
what
all.
is this, bright blood or is this dark blood?
He's pretty dark. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 for the success. Fenna, you are in agonizing pain with a broken leg. It is your round. What would you like to do?
Splinting my leg or something. How does that work mechanically?
This is not something you can do right now. You need
Okay,
maybe
that's the real question.
yeah, you can't really do anything about it now. You'll need medical attention here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try and shoot
Okay.
the remaining guy again.
Yeah, so you go down and then you grit your teeth, raise your gun.
Fuck.
That's okay. I mean, that's still 2 damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, can't push that any harder, but that is good damage all the same.
Makes sense. My leg is snapped.
Yep. So this guy is going to go ahead And seeing you suffering on the ground, Fenna, he simply says, "Fucking Blade Runner skin job. Time to get retired, bitch." And with that, tries to just fire a single round into you.
Youch.
And with that, you suffer 2 more damage.
I'm down to 1 health.
Uh-huh.
I have 7. I have a lot of health.
Yep. And now, Wilson, we're back to you.
I'm just not even a word. I'm gonna kneel on top of this Wallace employee, barrel straight against his head, and go, "I don't miss."
Go ahead and roll it. Let's see it.
Would I get advantage because I literally have the barrel pressed up against his head?
No, because he can still move and stuff, so you can
Okay.
try and get out of the way of it.
Good
Didn't
freaking
fucking
luck.
need it. Didn't fucking need it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm gonna take that 8.
Yeah, so that's a... Oh my. You're gonna love this one, Robert. You blow his brains out. That's what an 8 is.
No!
So yeah, you press this to the back of his skull, say, "I don't miss," trigger pull, blam, he's new wallpaper now.
So then
Goodbye.
I stand up. Well, this is what it is.
Waxing poetic as I'm fucking bleeding out on the floor.
You're
And then
just
I
like,
point
"Yeah,
my-
thanks."
And then I point my gun at Fenna.
Oh,
Ooh.
Fenna, you said you were willing to die for this job. Would you rather be done by the government or me? Because you know they're going to retire you for what we just did, right?
I'd rather try and solve the case first. I grit through my teeth.
All right. There's 2 rounds. Well, no, there's 3 rounds left in here. 2 of them got names on them, and then I go to splint her leg with like something.
yeah, so let me take a look, because I think you might actually need critical injuries. When you roll a critical success, you can inflict a critical injury. Determine you roll the crit die. Gives you control over which critical injury you cause. Yeah. So stabilizing crits. To stabilize lethal critical. Okay, that's not it.
Because there's a first aid action.
Yeah, there's medical aid. So for this, the broken leg, it's not lethal. So Fenna, your only problem here is you're going to be forced to crawl until this actually heals. So, or obviously like using some kind of like mobility aid, like a crutch. And I'm going to say you don't really have the gear to support her now. You could head back to HQ. They don't know what's happened here yet. So you could get medical aid there. And for all you know, they may not retire you over this. It could very well be that, that this turns out fine at the end of the day. Again, like
We
I
could
said,
also blow
Yeah.
up the corpses. Leave no trace that they were Wallace people we killed.
it's true.
They'll know. It's Wallace we're talking about.
That's a good point.
Well, if we're gonna solve this case, you better hobble like you mean it.
Yeah, you guys
Another good point.
You guys could head back to the LAPD headquarters and spend the afternoon shift resting to like get your health in order, and then confront in the evening shift, because it's nighttime is when the flight happens.
I feel like we have to, because I mean,
you're fucked otherwise. Wait, what'd you just do, Robert? I saw your stress shoot up.
Oh no, that was because we're resting on this next shift, so I just went ahead and because it's one shift to recover 1 health and 1 resolve, right?
Right. Yeah. So you guys are gonna rest, just to confirm.
Yes.
I understood that right. Okay. Cool. All right. So I will make.
And I will probably spend another Chinyen point at like a medical droid or something like that.
Yeah. The additional. Yeah. You can both spend Chinyen. So I believe, Fenna, you've got Chinyen like crazy, so you could spend Chinyen point to get an additional health back.
I can just spend 1.
Yeah, because you can only use 1 per shift. So since you're spending 1 shift resting, you will get 1 back for the rest, and then you'll get an additional back for using the medical kiosk.
So then I'll be at 3 health.
Yep.
And with a broken leg.
Mm-hmm. And the medical team there would actually give you a crutch so that you could walk at least a little bit. So you can get up on your feet, but yeah, you're going to be relying on a crutch to move with any kind of like dexterity.
So during this rest period, I would rest, and I think at this point I would call my struggling relationship of Hayden.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just tell them there's a lot of shit going on. I'm very tired, so I'm breaking up with you. Get your stuff and get out of my apartment.
Based.
And he says, well, I mean, let's talk about this when you get back.
No, there will be no talking. Get your stuff. Get out of my apartment.
I don't think you know how much that is that I'll have to do in the next, 6-7 hours.
Don't matter to me. I'm tying up my loose ends. And I just hang up on him.
Oh, shit. Okay. Very cool. So, you guys have recovered. You guys ready to go?
As
Wilson is,
ready as we'll ever be, yeah.
Oh, and Maya, did you recover a point of stress as well?
No.
You do get 1 point of stress back for downtime.
Okay, so I'm at 3 health, 4 resolve.
Yep. Cool. So you guys both land back at LAX. The terminal is still very active. What would you like to do? It is now the evening of day 3.
Well, it didn't go as planned because we couldn't set up defenses like we wanted. But the way it sounds, we might not have to because this is all a goose chase. So at this point, it's going to be I tell Fenna to take her spinner, patrol the area for a couple laps. I'm gonna go talk to the head of security.
I would just say to you, be careful. We don't know how far Wallace is in on us.
I'm fully expecting that this building has a giant invisible Wallace stamp on the roof. I'm pretty sure they own everything and everyone in here.
Cool.
So yeah, just do a couple laps, see if you can see anyone moving around oddly. And I will...
Got it.
I'll see what I can do.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I just have to check something.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it feel like this is such the wrong way to do this?
It's the way it's gonna happen. That's just it.
That entire last fight was just...
Okay, I think we're good. Yeah,
Okay.
that went very badly, very quickly.
Yep. The combat in this game is brutal. Like when it happens, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Yep. So, so you two are splitting up. So, Wilson is going in.
I believe that was the plan.
Okay, cool. So you enter the building, and
Oh, but I was going to do a couple laps with my spinner
sure. So
just to see if I saw anything suspicious from the air.
So Fenna, yeah, you circle. I mean, with the understanding, obviously, that the airspace you're in is pretty well policed and protected and controlled. You don't see anything from where you can fly. Nothing stands out to you suspicious even after a few laps.
Okay. So at that point, I would radio back to Olsen and be like, I don't see anything. You want me to come with you?
Yeah, if you didn't see anything, let's go ahead and not have us get double teamed by goons again.
Yep. If we're gonna get double teamed, at least there'll be two of us. So I'll land and go with her.
Yep. Cool. So you enter the building. And the how do you guys go about approaching this, I guess, at this point?
We're in like LAX proper, right? Not the orbital air HQ.
Yes.
Okay.
So
you do what you were gonna say. I was just making sure what building we were in.
yeah. So at this point, it's we know we're being watched. We know what's up. I'm gonna first take an observation of any security people that are trying to clock us or radio in or whatever.
Good idea.
All right. Go ahead and roll it. Yep. So you look around. Nothing seems to be watching you. It looks like, you probably sent a bit of a message earlier when you guys walked away from that fight and they didn't.
And they had every right to kill us instead.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
Snapping
right.
a dude's neck and blowing out the other's brains is it's pretty fucking metal.
So at that point, I will start leading us back to that employee-only entrance. And I'm gonna try and weasel our way out to like a safe area to watch the launch pads, because they're not gonna do anything to that flight.
Yeah, unless we can get on that flight ourselves to stop it, I don't think we can count on anything.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you see as you enter the employee area, so knowing that you're not aiming for orbital air anymore, there are a few signs to help navigate the back corridors here. I would like, let me check one thing here real quick. Because I'm just going to check some stats here between the two of you. We are looking for... Wilson, give me an observation check.
Whee!
Hell yeah, there we go. So with that observation check, you are able to really quick kind of make sense of where the signs are pointing and such. You do see a sign that points down to cargo tunnels for pads, you know, and it just gives a series of numbers. And the one you are interested in is part of that range.
So yeah, I have my gun drawn in one hand, and I just go, "Yep, we're going in. We're probably not going to come back out, but we're going to take care of S, one way or another."
Agreed. And I've got my crutch in one hand and my gun in the other one. I am the definition of a stable firing platform.
You are a walking, talking bipod. Let's go. So you proceed down the hallways into the cargo tunnels below LAX. And as you reach the bottom, Fenna, you feel that rush of air, the same kind of rush of air you felt in the subway tunnels the night before. And you can see a short way down the tunnel here, heading out toward the pad. You can see a group of people that have just entered one of the essentially trains running cargo out to the pad underneath the concrete. And directing on the platform that you've both just walked into, you see a tall, built man who is directing his cronies to load things on to these cargo lifts.
Do I have a sneaking suspicion that's our man? I say that out loud to Wilson.
One way to find out. He's tall and he's strapping. Does he noticeably have any kind of firearms present on his person?
He does. He has one of those same looking assault rifles that the guys you killed upstairs earlier did.
All right, Fenna, do your best to not miss.
You got it.
And I push forward, and it's very much the crouched, accurate pistol stance.
Mm-hmm.
So the action I'm doing while I'm doing the walking out to him is the careful aim.
Okay, yep.
I would like to do that as well.
You got it.
So I walk out there, and once I get a clear view, I'm still kind of in the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I go...
Wait, you have a grenade. Remember.
I do. And that's a last-ditch effort here.
Okay.
Sanders Stratton, codename S, N8 replicant. Put your hands in the air, tell your men to stop loading cargo, step forward peacefully.
He turns around and in almost what seems to be like a practiced motion, his gun comes up leveled in your direction, with the same
no.
level of military precision that you've practiced. You recognize it's game, recognizing game right now, Olsen, as he lines up this rifle on instinct directly at you. What would you like to do as this is happening?
I said I had a careful aim.
You
He's
did
turning around,
indeed.
and there's a gun leveled at me. There's a big old caseless 44. Because how far away is he from me? Is it like a longer or a medium range?
About a medium range. Yeah. You're.
Yeah, no, we're doing the big bullets.
Yeah, because medium's up to 25 meters away. So yeah, this guy's definitely within like 25 meters of you.
And here we go.
I am assuming that's getting pushed. Yes.
We don't have the option of missing.
Oh, one of the dice looked like it was a success. So yeah, that's definitely getting pushed. Okay, no ones though.
No ones. Yeah. So you miss the shot despite taking careful aim. Fenna, you have that same opportunity now. Please go ahead and roll.
And he's within medium range of me as well.
Medium range, yeah.
And then careful aim.
Let's go! Fenna's on it! Let's go! Fenna, do you want to push that roll at all?
I absolutely do. There we go.
Let's see the crit die. What have we got?
Give me the 8, give me the 8, give me the 8. One of those is an 8.
Yours, I remind you, is a crushing though. So it
Okay,
is-
so I got a 2, I got a 3 and an 8. And I get the option of picking if it's 2d10, right?
You do. So a 3 are broken fingers, and an 8 is a broken arm.
Broken arm.
Yes, broken arm.
And mechanically, if I break his arm, he can no longer hold his two-handed weapon, right?
Not well. I would probably give him disadvantage to fire it.
I only ask because I remember specifically, and I know that systems aren't one-to-one, but I remember specifically in Year Zero Twilight 2000, if you have broken fingers or a broken arm, you cannot use a two-handed weapon.
I will double check if that works same for this gun, but give me 2 seconds.
And like, if that's not how that works, that's totally fine. It's just, I want to make sure, because if he can't shoot us, that's huge.
No,
I
of course.
really want to.
So let me-
Imagine being this giga cop for a cyber company, and then some fucking girl with a kneecap made out of like fucking plaster right now just blast your arm in half.
Oh, if I had gotten that many successes and rolled an 8 on my piercing shot with my 44, oh man, it would just been like
a bullet, just blow his brains out.
like sorry, Charlie, it's just one shot.
Hey,
Your
no,
boss.
this is not meant to be that long drawn out boss fight. This is meant to be brutal.
And it's so much more intense.
It really
Like, if it was
is.
Cyberpunk, I wouldn't really care about making sure if they couldn't shoot us or not. But in this one, I'm like, I need to make sure that if he can't shoot us, he can't shoot us.
No, of course, yeah. So,
I'm so mad. That was such a. I'm so good at that, and I still whiffed. God, God dang it, dice games.
okay. So yeah, as far as I can tell, it doesn't specify that you need to have both hands to fire a two-handed weapon. But yeah, I would probably just rule it as he has disadvantage. That would be my
Okay,
way
it's
of
fine.
accounting for that. Okay. So, in the initiative count right now, we have not rolled into initiative. So
No, those were
Yeah,
both.
this was just us prepping.
yeah, that's right. So he is going to take he's going to auto fire at you, Wilson.
Yep.
And because he is rolling with auto fire, It's going to be he's going to have advantage from the auto fire and then disadvantage for the broken arm. So he's just going to roll flat 2 die.
All right. He's
One.
good at it, just like me.
Yep. So, and he's going to accept just the 1. So you are going to take 2 damage. And with that now resolved, the opening volley's resolved. Let's all roll initiative. Let's go. Oh boy.
You better believe I'm re-rolling mine.
Oh, I have no doubt you're going to re-roll yours. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. So you will...
So I'll be bumped up to the same thing as him. So I'm at 10.10.
Yep, so...
Which means you have to do a D10?
Yeah,
resolve?
I'm gonna have you roll a raw D10, Robert.
Oh, so close.
No!
He will be going first. All right, so with that in mind, let me update him one more here. All right, so he is going to proceed to continue auto firing down at you. So he is going to be shooting, again, just a regular. He will push this.
Oh no.
NPCs can push rolls in Blade Runner?
They can.
That's hot. I hate it right now, but that's hot.
And we'll deal you 2
No.
damage. Listen. So this is the thing.
But-
Even when you get to 0 health, you are just broken. So when you are broken by damage, let me do this real- Because broken by you're not dead yet.
I know, but this is bad.
So that 9, so the 9 piercing is... Ooh. All right. So he manages to pierce several of your vitals, center of mass. You suffer massive organ damage, which means that you can't stand upright. Crawling is the only possible mode of movement. And you need to start making death saves after each round. So let me see. So death saves. Because first I need to check what happens when we break due to... let's see, broken by damage. If you drop 0 health, you're broken by the damage. This means you fall down, taken out of action. You can crawl and mumble through the pain, but you can't perform any other actions, and you can't roll for any skills. You can't go below 0 health, but each further attack causes damage triggers an automatic critical injury. So you are going to be pretty bad off here. Death save is a roll for stamina. You may roll even if broken, but you cannot push the roll if you are. You're not broken, you push the roll normally. If a death save fails, you die. You succeed, you linger on, but you must make another death save when the listed amount of time has passed again. So, yep, so you got a round, basically. So you are... at this point, you cannot make any skill checks. So yeah, you are just going to need to make me a death save, Paulson.
Well,
Because you can't make skill checks. So you can't stabilize yourself.
I know.
Venom might be able to.
So the one thing I will attempt to do is as I fall over, can I roll the grenade with still the pin in it back to Fenna for her to use? Or will that?
No, you are like, you go down hard as that bullet rips through you. Like, you are bleeding out. Like, the world before you is like flickering.
I think I'm dead.
Stamina strength.
Because I got what? Yeah, I got one success and I got an eyeball and a unicorn. I remember you saying earlier that the unicorn cancels out the eyeball.
I'm double checking. You may roll even if broken, but then you cannot push the roll. If you're not broken, you push the roll normally. If death save fails, you die. You succeed, you linger on. Yes, unfortunately, Wilson, this is where you meet your end as you bleed out onto the concrete. So, it was a good run. So, Fenna, you watch your partner go down in a single well-placed series of shots by this replicant bastard just down the range from you. What would you like to do?
Can I grab and throw the grenade?
Yes, you can get up to her, grab it, and just throw it at him. Absolutely.
That is what I want to do.
Okay, let me just check explosives real quick, because they are a special kind of thing.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, exactly.
Good thing these are pre-mades.
All right. So the force of an explosion is measured in blast power. For each person within short range of the blast, roll 2 base die of the type corresponding to the blast power. So the table to the left. So we are looking at, for a grenade, let me see here. Oh, here. So a grenade is a blast seed. So it means that you would roll 2d8s for everything within short range of that. So let me, here, I'll place the grenade on your sheet first. You should have one. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. So do I roll item and then roll blast power?
So you roll, if you just roll the item, it should allow you to do that.
Oh, there's explosion and then point blank.
Thrown up to medium range. So it does, you are at medium range right now. And then it'll land short distance from him.
It'll land short distance. Okay, so that's explosion, not point blank. Because point blank is engaged.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay, short. I'm pushing that.
Hold on. I need to make sure you can, because that's the thing. I think it'll always offer you the option in the system, but I don't believe...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is one of the few that it's special. So let me get back to explosives here for 2 seconds. Viewers, I am so happy you're hanging out with us. Yeah, so the force of an explosion is measured in blast power for each person within short range of the blast. You roll 2 base dice of the corresponding to blast power. See the table on the left. Roll cannot be pushed. If one or more, So he is not hit by the blast.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So he is now going to take that auto shot at you.
Yum.
Yum, yum, gimme. Okay, well, he doesn't have a choice of which one this is. So you will take you were broken by the damage. And you will suffer an additional crit injury, so your eye is gouged out by one of the rounds.
Wonderful.
And because there's a leftover damage, oh, that's a 10. Oh, and the second one strikes you in the heart, and you fall
dead.
dead. 2 Blade Runners lost in the line of duty. All right. And that's all she wrote. The guy got away. After he quickly finishes the 2 Blade Runners chasing him, Sandor loads himself on with the next cargo train, heading out to the pad, loading himself up onto that rocket. And he, along with his crew, hijacks it successfully and flies that shit off world. They got away. Lily is not given justice. And that is it, folks. Holy shit. What an ending.
I'm mad.
Me
I'm
too.
legitimately mad. He beat me by 1 goddamn value.
Yup.
Fucking bullshit.
Yup. I understand and agree. That's it. All right.
I was wondering if we were gonna get to play the same characters when we do Electric Sheep, but obviously not. We're both fucking dead.
We will, because it calls for those characters. So
I meant like in continuity.
yeah, it won't be in continuity, but that's okay. But yeah, that is it, guys. I hope that you both had fun despite the anticlimactic ending. This game has been
If I
hella
had
fun.
recovered 1 more health, one
Yep.
more, I would have lived.
Yup, you would have.
We
Oh,
had more than two players. We
Also
probably
true.
would have got him.
Yeah, replicants are scary, man. They can do some serious shit. Doesn't help that Wallace sent their goons after you. That was the countdown. They became aware of what was going on, and they wanted to play cover up, and they covered it up.
Which is wild because I don't really know how we could have done that faster. Unless we just didn't do void comp tests.
It's always a choice.
This
yeah.
was fun, Charlie. God damn it, this was fun.
Blade Runner's a fun game, right, guys? Like, despite the anticlimactic ending, I don't think I've ever found another tabletop that's like, by the way, here's your failure state. Have fun. Like, because the thing is, even if both of you just got broken by the damage, that's enough for him to get away. Like, you could have survived that and just be broken and not able to actually chase him.
Prepper Jack, I love you. But that's just me.
They were just killed by Sandor Clegane wielding an assault rifle with one hand. Yes, they were. Just brrr, 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 and they died.
I was prepared. I went in there like a soldier would. I was trained, and then I just...
You died a noble soldier death. Yes, you did. That
love
is...
She
Love
said
you,
she was
Prepper Jack.
ready to die for the job, but I don't know if she planned on doing it that soon.
Yeah, no, that's fuck. Holy shit, that game is brutal. What the fuck?
How much health did he have?
8.
So he didn't have much more health than I did.
Nope.
He only had one more.
Nah. Like, if
We
I
just only
had
have pistols.
like if I had hit him with my 44, if I roll a 10 on my goddamn D12, that is 4 damage. If I roll a 10 on my actual D10, that is 6 damage. I can't one-shot him. But on that advantage roll, I could have.
Well, because you're rolling piercing, so if you roll a crit die, so if you crit, right? You roll a 10, he's dead from a pierced heart. You roll an 8, he's dead because his brains got blown out. And if you roll a 9, he suffers massive internal organ damage and is like bleeding out just like you did. So like, yeah, just bad luck. That's all it was.
I know. That's why I'm just like, goddamn dice.
God
games.
damn it. It's okay.
That
Wallace
was-
will make you we'll make another you in about 30 seconds. Yep. Get a
Don't
new
tell me that.
I just want to know why. Why are they doing this?
Yep. That's the
And also, none of us would have ever gotten on their fucking trail if he didn't order Lily killed.
Yep.
None of this would have happened.
Yep.
I can't complain though. It was fun playing a very emotionally disconnected former soldier that is now a Blade Runner. That was very fun.
It was fun, but now I understand. Avoid combat on absolutely any single. Just avoid it. Do not go into combat. Don't do it. It's bad. You'll die.
It's bad. You'll die. It's a shame of it. Mystery unsolved.
Because we had a fucking combat character.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You did. You had an enforcer.
Should have taken their assault rifles.
Could have done that. You could have also, knowing what you're going into, you could try to requisition gear from the RDU armory, since you guys went back there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't really think that was an option.
That is.
I didn't think we could call for backup because I assumed we'd get the shut the fuck up and stop doing this treatment. Like,
Right.
I knew our boss was fucking useless. After I figured out what I did at the warehouse, I'm like, all right, this guy doesn't actually give a shit.
Well, it's, politics. It's all part of it.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, no, I mean, I know
Yeah.
why he doesn't give a shit, but he still doesn't give a shit.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
legitimately, the fact that we found out who actually physically killed Lily
Mm-hmm.
was like, okay, that's the baseline prize. We found out who actually killed them. If we stop chasing these people now, we have something to report to our captain that it was replicant on replicant. It was N8 on N8 violence. And we retired the perpetrator. Perfect cover up for Wallace, where they blame replicants on killing each other anyway.
Yep. Good shit, guys. I had a lot of fun with that.
I'm so mad I went down like a chump.
I'm upset with how that ended so anticlimactically. But not bad for a bunch of random roll tables, right?
Like,
I genuinely can't believe that's just random roll tables.
That and a little of my GM ingenuity, but that is literally, yeah, that's what that was.
there's a difference here. I'm not mad about this. I am frustrated.
Uh-huh.
I had fun. This was great. But god dang it, I went down like a fucking chump.
Yeah, I mean that's
yeah,
it. Though.
like, I'm not mad at you, Charlie, the GM. I am frustrated that we couldn't finish the case.
Yep.
Mhm.
But like, I'm not mad at you about it. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, I don't.
Also,
take
look,
it
I
as
just
any-
sent you all my
Yeah. Like obviously
notes.
I'm
all the notes
Yeah.
I've taken for this one.
Very cool. Okay. let
yeah,
me
like
take a-
obviously I'm chuckling about this. Like this was a blast. This is great.
I'm really glad we learned this lesson with temporary characters.
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
if we play this system again, I know I'm still going to probably build out an enforcer.
I'm probably going to
because-
build a Doxy too. I really liked playing one.
Yeah, no, Doxy seems to fit your style very well, Maya. You like to play that social manipulator a lot.
I really do. I really like just being a fucking bitch to NPCs. It's really great.
Oh, that's good
Like,
stuff.
And I'm like, do you see mangled corpses a lot in the salon industry?
You had some of the best one-liners. Like, oh my god, you had some of the best one-liners. Yeah.
And they just happen. They just come. I don't plan them usually. I just say them. The autism works in my favor every so often.
It really does. That was incredible. But yeah, guys, for us on the West Coast, it is 2:25. For Maya, the sun is probably starting to come up where you live.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's starting to come up.
Yeah, it is. I figured. So I think for now, because I know I have to get up in the morning and head to my parents' place too for Father's Day. So that is where we're going to call it for the night, guys. For those of you who are with us here on stream, thank you so much for hanging out with us. For those of you who are watching this on YouTube, once I finally do get these edited and put up there, definitely feel free to follow me over here on Twitch, as well as subscribe to my YouTube channel for more of this. We do have plenty more games to explore, and the ones that we love like this I nearly guarantee you we will, actually I do guarantee it because I'd like to play Electric Dreams. We will be back with this one in the future, and I would love for you all to experience that with us, whether that be live or recorded on the channel. But for all of you, whether on Twitch or on YouTube, this is where we're signing off. So I hope you have a wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Stay healthy, stay safe. And for those of you who are live, we will hopefully see you tomorrow for Cyberpunk. Those of you on YouTube, we'll see you very soon. Peace.